Ooh, good morning, boys and girls. Crisis averted. Had to run to the house to grab some coffee because I'd ran out of coffee in the studio. Who's been winning then? Who's winning? Final down to the final two. Oh no. Oh, Mr. Norton turns up with a sword. It's over. It's done. It's done. We know the winner. We know the winner. Right. Good morning, boys and girls. Good morning, good morning. How are we all doing? Oh, I ain't got my lights on. Whoa, flashbang. They're too bright today. Calm down. That's better. Some ambiance. How we doing, boys and girls? It's Wednesday. Wednesday's usually reset day, but it's very weird for me at the moment because I couldn't care less about retail. It's so difficult. Like, my whole week revolves around Wednesday. Puppy cam? Oh, you ain't got many puppies on that cam right now. We have... Let's do a quick world tour. Do a quick world tour. Quick world tour. Nipsu is on the floor. You can just about see Sulo. Sulo is in his bed. He's chilling. News for people who care. We've officially said that Sulo can stay. So he's here to stay. I officially have 4 dogs. And Alma's here. Say hi, Alma. Say hi, Alma. She's a bit confused. Don't look too close into the camera. And Papal is chilling. Sulo. S-U-L-O. By itself, it kind of means like charm in Finnish. But Sulonen is like cute. So yeah, we now have the pack. The whole pack. And Nips was going to stretch and show you her asshole. Lovely. Right. Let's put that back in a regular place. Oh, boys and girls. Ooh, is there any news? Should we check the Wowheads first thing? I literally haven't, I didn't even log anywhere near WoW yesterday. Yesterday was meant to be a day for me to like get some stuff done. Maybe like work on the guide a bit, get some of the mini guides for the Discord sort of sorted. And then at about 20 past 10 yesterday morning, my wife rings me saying that she's ill and she's coming home in a taxi. She's just been to the doctors. And I'm like, Jesus, well, there goes my day then. Luckily, she's fine. She just had a bit of a reaction to some new meds that she's taken. But that kind of caused a touch of chaos yesterday, which then meant I was not in any great mind to be sitting in the studio playing video games, trying to be creative. It's like I was on adult duty. But games today, we still got a couple of professions to look at in the beta, so let's maybe get that open first. Turn the tunes down just a touch. They were a little loud, aren't they? A little loud. Transmog changes are good. Blizzard has caved. What have they done? What have they done? Have they just made it cheaper? Where's me news tabs? They just made shit cheaper. Gotta be the way they've done it, right? Oh, Pilgrim's Bounty is up and running. Player housing in less than a week. Holy shit! I hadn't even put 2 and 2 together. Less than 7 days until player housing. Oh my god! This time next week we'll be tinkering with player housing. It'll be, well, when I say tinkering with player housing, what I actually mean is we'll be farming lumber like an absolute idiot. This might mean that we should probably go and investigate that scenario. Lumber farming is going to be weird though, isn't it? Lumber farming is going to be odd. Lumber farming is going to be odd because there isn't that direct link between, you know, when you go out farming, you just pick up a bunch of herbs, pick up a bunch of ore, and then just sell it. There's that middle step with farming lumber that's going to make the scenario a little bit odd, a little bit weird. I'm very interested to see when the masses jump on lumber, just how... are the lumber trees going to actually properly hyperspawn or not? Are people going to spread out into different zones in order to get their lumber? Will that many people even care? There's so much to consider. So much we'll find out, but we'll get to that, I suppose. Centenax hyperspawns make bringing home the beacon trivial to... That's just an achievement in Remix. Nobody cares. Blizzard improves nameplates on the beta. How have they improved these then? Many of the problems with nameplates on the Midnight beta, including consistent shifting, incorrect locations, and visibility problems. Blizzard has announced that they have addressed some of these issues. If you have spelling mistakes and grammatical errors in literally the first paragraph of an article, Blizzard, Wowhead, this is the second time that Blizzard has improved nameplates recently, with the first one happening almost a week ago. I tell you what, I cannot get over the fact they're nuking add-ons before all of this stuff is just like solid as a rock, right? They need like the DPS meters, that's been in the news. I don't necessarily know exactly who it was. I apologize, I can't quote who it was that made the video, but somebody made a really straight to the point factual video about how the damage meters suck, and Blizzard came back and did a blue post basically addressing every single line in that video. So it was clear that that video went round, that video got passed around the office, you can tell. It's really concerning me that they're deleting, they're saying goodbye to add-ons before they've even got their equivalents. Really scary. Really scary. I'm so glad I use very few add-ons. But it's not me I'm scared for. I'm concerned for everybody that has now played the game for 10 plus years in some cases, quite easily, with 100 plus add-ons switched on at all times to 100% basically change the game. It's going to cause problems for sure. Minimum viable product, ship it. I know, this is the problem, right? This is the problem. That's not how you deal with... I mean, if there really was ever a fourth pillar in this game... I know we've joked in the past that crafting was the fourth pillar when they introduced it in Dragonflight, and then it slowly got swapped out to being Delves being the fourth pillar. And who knows what the fourth pillar will be in Midnight, but if there was to ever be a real fourth pillar, I think add-ons has pretty much been it. Those who have a sophisticated suite of add-ons tend to be able to do some incredibly more impressive things than those that don't under most circumstances. Only one lumber per node. There's not even a range of 1 to 3, just straight 1. I've got 2s as well. Okay. Yeah, I've not put anywhere near as much effort into lumber and housing and that sort of stuff as I know I probably should have, but this is simply because I know it's just not going to be my jam. Somebody made an analogy the other day about how player housing is going to feel like getting that adult Lego set, where you follow the instructions, you build your house, and then you put it on your shelf and you forget about it. I'm in that category. I'll probably tinker around. I'll probably make a player house, but I cannot imagine for the life of me that it will keep me solidly involved for years to come. I know without a shadow of a doubt the focus for me on housing is how to make some gold with it. I know that there'll be lots of crafting to be done with it, but the fact that you're going to have to farm the lumber you can't buy the lumber does mean that scaling much past even one server becomes remarkably difficult. I will probably integrate decor into my flipping. Anybody that basically prices their lumber at 0, I will happily take their time off them for free. And I can definitely see that happening quite a bunch in the next few months. It's also going to be weird that by the time Midnight launches, I don't know how many people have considered this, housing is going to be old news by the time Midnight launches, which is going to be very weird. Obviously, the Endeavour system, I believe, doesn't go live until housing goes live in Midnight, but housing is weirdly going to be like yesterday's news by the time that Midnight launches, and I don't know how I feel about that. Well, luckily, I'm glad I don't have to. I guess stacking everything on top of each other might be a little bit too much, but I'm very, very happy for people that are going to sit in player housing and just play it all day long. Very, very happy for them, but it's not going to be me. Do you think they'll hit Craft Sim last second before launch? No. Craft Sim doesn't do anything, doesn't go anywhere near anything that's even remotely combat related. The bigger question is whether the fantastic guy behind Craft Sim wishes to continue developing Craft Sim, because we have got to remember it's a one-man band. It's not like TSM where there's a team of devs. Craft Sim is one man. One man, and if there ever comes a day where he decides he doesn't want to play World of Warcraft anymore, then Craft Sim will be in the bin very quickly. Admittedly, what you can do in Craft Sim, you can usually also do in an external spreadsheet. It's just not as convenient. So, my adult Lego will remain in a box unopened. Keep it sealed for resale value. I don't think you can do that with player housing, unfortunately. They've done some stuff with nameplates then. They've tried to make them a little bit more visible by the looks of things. Making them stand out a bit more, making them either stack more effectively or maybe not. It's a big old article of not a lot there. World of Decorcraft takes place December 2nd to September 10th. Wait, what? Blizzard has announced the World of Decorcraft, Azeroth's next top builder? What's this? Following the launch of early access to housing with the patch next week, World of Decorcraft, Azeroth's next top builder, is getting underway on Twitch, and there's still time to apply to be one of the finalists who get to participate and win fabulous prizes. Specifically, they're casting 6 finalists, 3 Horde, 3 Alliance players to compete in a week-long creative journey that will be broadcast to the world. Kick-off on Tuesday. Build week between December the 3rd and December the 9th, and then the finale on December the 10th live on Twitch. Hosts and judges are hosted by Zeppler, featuring... What have they done here? Why don't they just link the person? Why have they not linked these people? I mean, I know a lot of people know who these are, but it would have been nice, Wowhead, to at least, you know, drop them a link to their socials. Zeppler, S-Fand, and Annie Fuchsia as co-hosts and judges. The criteria: finalists will build out a house in World of Warcraft and show it off. The judges are not looking for the prettiest house, they're looking for creativity, resourcefulness, and self-expression. After the finalists are introduced in the kickoff stream, they'll build on their own schedule throughout the week, with a midweek check-in from the hosts and a big grand finale broadcast live on Twitch. Oh, this is quite clever. This is quite clever. Grand Champion, World of Warcraft Midnight Physical Collector's Edition, signed merch from the WoW dev team, a housing mug, a holiday sweater, and 1 year of game time. The ultimate winner. Am I the only one that feels that that's not a lot? A collector's edition, a signed piece of merch, a housing mug, which they've already sent to a shitload of creators anyway, more merch, and 1 year of game time. That seems like not a lot to ask for somebody, a week of somebody's work. All 6 finalists will receive a World of Warcraft Midnight Epic Edition code. Now, I mean, if you're a creator, right, and you're doing this anyway, sure, it's a nice bonus on top. But didn't they do like a 50,000 euro Blunderstorm thing just on a whim? A year of game time and a mug. Okay, sure. Oh, I suppose there's the collector's edition. That's worth something at least. Interesting. Am I going to enter? Absolutely not. No. Absolutely not. I do not have a creative bone in my body. There is no chance. Absolutely not. You must be at least 18 years old and comfortable being in a voice call for the broadcast. No webcam is required. If you are selected as a finalist but do not have housing early access, it will be provided to you. You'd fucking hope so. Okay, sure. Well, it sounds like a fun little thing. It does feel a lot more like. I like the fact that I like the fact that Blizzard is focusing on Twitch as a platform, but this absolutely screams like the prime opportunity for a well put together, three part, half an hour long, get everybody to react to it, nicely curated YouTube content. This feels like they could have put some production value into that and could have made it nice and spicy, give some good react content. Doing it on Twitch, I worry that they'll just scoff it, but something is better than nothing. It's a cool concept. Sounds cool. You can apply here, by the way. What does the application form look for? Kick off on Tuesday, December the 2nd. This is all on NA times as well, which would make it double difficult for me. Build on your own time between December the 3rd and the 9th, and then finale. Oh, okay. Instantly. Sure. Well, you can hop on that if you wish. A good opportunity for some of you if you are psyched for player housing and are going to spend the week making a home anyway. 90% of my week will probably be spent farming lumber and crafting and then selling the stuff, not so much building the house. So that's a cool idea, though. Saving slot outfit costs will be reduced by about 60%. Now, I'm not going to believe a word Wowhead says from a clickbait title. Let's go straight to the deets, shall we? Some quick updates on the development and the design of the new transmog features. We're working on making it so that outfit slot unlocks are warband wide rather than per character. Makes sense. There was a point, right, when they were... I'm really cynical this morning, you can tell, right? There was a point when they introduced warband where they said they were going to work with warbands at the forefront of their mindset with everything they do going forward. Doesn't seem to be the case, does it? It seems to be like they make something and then they have to retrofit it with warband ability every single time, rather than just making it warband from the word go, which was kind of the point, right? I mean, I guess when you're designing something like this, you have to first make it work on one character and then you have to do something. But the fact that they show it to people before it's like warband ready shows that they're not overly serious about this warband thing. And I wonder if there will come a day where they're just like, this is too much like hard work. They're continuing to adjust the pricing, including reductions to the cost of the set outfits. We're planning to reduce the cost to save a full outfit by about 60%. That's not... See? That's not the same, Wowheads. That's not the same. This is very I mean, it is the same, but it's very misleading. People are going to assume that the 800,000 gold is going to be reduced by 60%. That's not what's been said. That's not what's been said. It's the cost when you build an outfit that could cost you like 10,000 gold to save that outfit. They're reducing that down by 60%. We will significantly reduce the cost to unlock the slots. As in the current public beta, the unlock cost of outfit slots will increase depending on how many you have already unlocked. So it is going to gradually increase in price all the same. The overall cost to unlock the outfit slots will be reduced by 80%. Well, there we go. There we go. Wowhead missed a trick there. Wowhead missed a trick. They thought they went with a clickbait with this one, when they should have actually gone with this one. 80% reduction from 800k. That's going to make it, what, 120k to unlock them all? Something like that? Oh, that's better. We're planning to increase the total number of outfit slots available from 20 up until 50. So it'll still cost you 800k. It will still cost 800k. You'll just get 50 slots now instead of 20 for your 800k. And you can still achieve the same by, because of how the scaling works. Okay, that's just clever. Somebody at Blizzard knows how numbers work. It may even cost more than 800k for all 50 slots. Quite possibly. You could do an 80% reduction on the first 20, but it depends how it scales from 20 up until 50. It could go even further. We could be in the millions. Who knows? We expect most or all of the pricing will come with the next beta build, expected to arrive on December the 3rd. Oh! No beta build this week. Unless we've already had one, which I don't think we really have. Not anything substantial. Thanksgiving weekend? Yeah, clearly. They're off giving all their thanks. Sure. December trading post is cool as ice. It's a very shiny bug. We're not going to have Christmas themed everything. Flurry of wintry activities to earn this month's reward. The Sapphire Resonating Crystal. And welcome the Jeweled Sapphire Scarab Mount. Oh, these are cool. We got a horny donkey. Blue horny donkey. Nice wintry set. I mean, that's cute as a button, isn't it? Didn't we have this pet last year? I'm pretty sure we had these, like, seals last year. Bundled up Bob. Bob's the right name. Bob's definitely the right name. Once native to the northern regions of the Eastern Kingdoms, this species of seal is now only common in Northrend after being hunted for food and leather during the Second War. And yet another recolor of a fox. Okay. And transmog options. Spiky dagger. Icy dagger, I should say. Another icy pokey stick. Icy wacky boy. Icy pew pew boy. Okay, what's it going to cost us then? 500 for the mount, 750 for the other mount, 250 for Bob. So what's that? 1500 tender. 1500 tender. Okay, sure. The Mog won't appeal to me particularly, but is this stuff that's coming back? A whole bunch of stuff coming back as well by the looks of things. All the Christmassy stuff from last year. Okay, cool. We've got that to look forward to in a couple of days. Chain Keenies. Absolutely fabulous. Wait, what? Absolutely fabulous. After a long wait, Blizzards might finally be able to put their hands in Chain Keenies. Hands on Chain Keenies. Iron. Oh, it's actually called a Chain Keenie. Sure. Oh, trading post. Okay, sure. Gold one. For the gobbos out there. I love how they've made the conservative effort to put it on the male model as well. Even though. Really? Sure. You know, body type 1, body type 2. Got to protect those nips, especially in winter. Yeah, I mean, in winter, they cut the links of the chains. Jesus. Oh yeah, here we go. Many requested features coming to the in-game damage meter in midnight. Yeah, after there's been some pretty strong community feedback about how the damage meters are kind of like average at best. If you in any way, shape or form have done anything more with details than just turn it on, you're likely to find limitations with the damage meters. The real interesting thing for me is that does this link the video? I bet it flipping doesn't, does it? No, of course it doesn't. There was a video that was floating around the other day, and one of the more significant thing... Oh yeah, here we go. Zorthas's video. So this video here did a really good job of just highlighting what was and what wasn't working with the damage meters so far. And the only thing, the one thing that stood out to me more so than anything else was that it seems to be running client side, not server side, which for me was one of the big appeals of Blizzard doing their own damage meter. Because to just quickly give us a brief overview to the reason why it running server side is more important than it running client side. If it runs client side like an add-on does, it means when you die or you go more than 100 yards away from the action, it stops being able to track anything. So it can very quickly skew all of the numbers and information. Now, sure, it's fine if you're just target dummying or whatever. But if you do a /reload, if you instance out, you instance back in, you die, you res. These are all things that make the damage meters in-game via add-ons when they run client side less than optimal. One of the big advantages I thought with the Blizzard doing it themselves is that they could run it server side. So it's synchronized, up to date, and accurate for everybody. Whether you die in res, you can come back and your damage meter will be up to date. That for me would have been a really... I mean, that's literally something that Blizzard could do with a damage meter that no add-on has ever been able to do. Which would... The data is going to be server-side according to Ian? Well, it doesn't appear to be so at the moment. It seems to be running very client-side right now. According to footage from this video, anyway. I'll say even Details wasn't perfect. I know, but this is the scary thing, right? Details have got 10 years of dev time and experience and bug fixing, and, you know, there is something to be said for just time. Time, you know, has to occur for you to learn shit, to learn things, and then when you find out that, oh, this needs to be done, then more time is needed to fix it. Blizzard assuming that they can just whip this together in the beta period before an expansion, and that will somehow magically be as good as or equivalent to a decade plus of experience and dev time from third-party add-ons. It's just ludicrous. You can't assume that that's fine. It's kind of wild. Maybe something about beta means that they have to run the entire thing client side rather than, partially. The UI and the interface running client side and the data being provided from, server side might be the end result, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Good job, Wowhead, at least providing links properly this time. But yeah, we'll see. As far as I'm concerned, I'm happy that, it's just one less major add-on that I'll have to use. I don't do anything particularly fancy with most of my add-ons. Minus maybe TSM. I can do fancy things with TSM. I can compete with anybody in fancy on TSM, apart from Woo, Sharp Woo. But yeah, there was the. I'm not going to look at this because it's kind of spoilerific. But they did accidentally let people pull the final boss of season 1, which is something they shouldn't have done. All right, we're back into old stuff now at this point. I need to take a little look. We looked at, what did we look at the other day? We looked at blacksmithing, no, we didn't look at blacksmithing, did we? We looked at alchemy. We figured out that alchemy has some alchemy appears to be relatively straightforward, is the conclusion I think I came up with more than anything else. Very, very straightforward. We've got 2 to look at, and maybe I'll throw it up to you guys. 2 major ones to look. Okay, we've got 3 to look at. 3 professions to look at here. Cooking, blacksmithing, or engineering. I'll kind of leave it up to you guys what we have a look at today, because I don't care. I got to do them all anyway. It's just what order. Need Jack to slam a poll out or something. Hang on, let's do a real quick poll. Let's new poll. Blacksmithing, engineering, cooking. Right, there's a little quick poll up. Let me know what you'd prefer to have a little bit of a deep dive on today. This already seems to be. Some votes for engineering, interestingly. A lot of votes for engineering. We can have a little look at engineering if that ends up being the case. Engineering and then cooking and then maybe blacksmithing. Cool. Good to know. 20 push-ups. How we doing, Jack? Welcome in. Cooking's really not special in the beta. I don't think cooking's all that special, full stop. Yet I did see, interestingly, cooking appears to be possible. Dan tweeted this out, Mr. GM tweeted this out, that cooking appears to be possible in your house, which is an interesting twist. What one? Engineering. All right, we're going to have a look at engineering today then. That gives us an opportunity to look at things like baby sparks as well, doesn't it? How much are those going to actually cost to craft? Okay. Just watch auction house coming to neighborhoods, guild halls, and much more. Well, Long Boy's up for sale again. Let's not forget. If you've pre-ordered and you've got housing, a lot of people might be like, long boy, that's going to be convenient. And I wouldn't blame them either. Anybody tried to access housing on a 70? It's fully warband wide, I believe. You can access it on anybody. Level 10s, level 1s. Rock in, I think. Press, what is it, J? It's got its own key binding nowadays, hasn't it? No, H. H for housing. Got its own, button. Special. Right, engineering then. It's been a while since I looked at this on the alpha, so it might take me a minute to get a bit of a refresh going on in my brains. Let me get my notes ready. Engineering then. Right. Engineering. What are we going to need for engineering? Well, we can grab a Wolfenblut 75. What a fantastic use of a sub this morning. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Solid use of a prime. Thank you. Hope you're doing well. Appreciate the support. Engineering. No, I'm looking for the goodie bags. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? We need general goods, optional goods. Is there an there's an engineering one. That's probably a solid start. Is that going to contain all of the optional junk? Junk is an interesting one because we might need to figure out how we generate junk. Malleable wireframes are vendor mats. Greased cogwheels can be bought and sold on the auction house. Copper we're going to need. Tin we're going to need. These things, we will play with them once we're fully leveled, but I want to see how things work without them. These are intermediates. Same with cogwheels. Do we need thorium? I guess we'll take a stack of thorium in case we do. Crafted by Quel'Thuzas engineers for usage in their inventions. We'll come to that later then. Silver ore, maybe possibly. So let's get our ores in order. Vendor mats, malleable wireframe. I'm pretty sure there's something else vendor matty. Was it the greased gears, actually? Greased cogwheels? No. Maybe they're crafted as well. We'll come back to those in a minute. We'll grab some more mats as and when we need them, I guess. Any interesting advent calendars this year? I've tried to look for one, and they're all, like, hyper boring. I bought a nice chocolate one. There's a Willy Wonka's chocolate factory near me, an artisan chocolate company who make advent calendars. Surprise, surprise! And I bought one of theirs the other day. So I've got a advent calendar. It's probably not going to provide much of any sort of interest for the stream. I will still try and maybe find something interesting for the stream. Even if it's just like a silly Haribo one or something. Although, with the amount of trips to the dentist I've had in the last year, I should probably go easy on the candies. This is why I was trying to look for something else slightly interesting. No, not the hotel, not hotel chocolate. No, an actual Finnish artisan chocolate company. Which is actually owned and ran by a Frenchman. But, you know, they're quite local, so I like to support the locals where possible. Sparks of Beginnings we can buy from here. This does mean if anybody has any interesting links to any sort of advent calendar-y kind of stuff that's preferably not outrageously priced. I know a few adult ones if you really want to get banned for being interesting. Yeah, something broadcastable at the very least. I mean, Amalama's already has her questionable shaped dog toy. There is already a relatively questionable shaped dog toy that is made of rubber and wobbles. That's about as risque as we get on the stream. Molten Brown sells an advent calendar so you smell nice on stream with a different scent every day. And the doggos can be the scent judges. That's quite an interesting idea. I'm sure the hub has one, yeah. No need to go to the dentist for that. Unless you get your teeth knocked out by something big and black. Makeup one. Yeah, my general day-to-day consumption of makeup products is I can count it on one hand.
Keep it real.
I will keep my eyes open. I saw that they were selling the big flipping they were selling the Red Bull ones, 24 cans of Red Bull in an advent calendar. I don't know if Red Bull do 24 different. Did Red Bull do 24 different flavors? They must do. Can I open this on stream without it doxing my address? Maybe if I log out first. Oh, okay. Yeah, log out for a minute. Then you might not dox my address. No, even logged out. You're gonna... Okay, that's fine. So there is some... You'll have to apologise for the fact that this is all in Finnish. But there are some slightly interesting advent calendars. Harry Potter Lego. If I was a Harry Potter king. I've seen this one all over the place. Big old Candy King job. Can we go big... Big old Candy King one. Got some wham candy in it every day. The problem with Finland is that all of the candy in Finland is flipping... Every single time it's got licorice in it somewhere. Every single time. Bluey, whatever the hell that is. That sounds like some kid's one. English tea shop. Oh, that's a shame. I don't like tea. What do we got here? Jellybean Harry Potter Marauders map. Oh, that's kind of interesting. Maori Kunas. Kunas. It's she's an author slash illustrator, maybe? Author slash illustrator. Oh, they got little jigsaws in them. Oh shit, that's cool. That's cool. They got little jigsaws in them. Every day is a little jigsaw. And then it makes a big jigsaw. They've kind of spoilt it by showing us what the picture is. But that's fucking clever. We can get that on. I can rig that up. We can use Puppy Cam and we can rig that one up on stream. That's pretty funky. These cartoony illustrations usually have like Easter eggy kind of things in them. Oh, that's quite cool though. That is quite cool. A little jigsaw every day. That's a strong candidate. I have one of those this year. Do you? Okay, that's a very strong candidate. Open that link in a new tab. That's a strong candidate, isn't it? We can get behind one of those. And for 24 little mini jigsaws, it's not stupid expensive either. Which is critical for me right now, considering I've just bought another dog. Gabby's Dollhouse Sweet Treat. Is that the one you want, Jack, eh? Or the Barbie one? The Barbie one. Oh, these jigsaw ones seem to be all over the shop, look. Ah, clever. So we got options here. That's just kind of like the oldie standard. Ah, and you see somebody's had a brainwave in the run up to Christmas and has monopolized this market already. Another puzzle one. Ah, there's lots of puzzle ones, look. Yo, Bailey's. Do love me a Bailey's. It's more chocolate, mind, but I do love me a Bailey's. Moomin calendar. I actually might... I'm also not going to open this on stream in case I'm logged into Amazon as well, but I actually bought my niece a Moomin advent calendar already. It's not this one. That's the T one. But there's one that has like 24 little Moomin figurines in it. I bought that for my niece. Okay, the rest of them seem relatively generic, but that one, where'd it go? This one's looking like a strong candidate, you know. We can make little jigsaw pieces. Chubba Chub's one, down on the left. Bailey's is good with a coffee. Yeah, well, that is true. I have a chocolate one for the main house already. I have a chocolate one. Where was the Chubba Chub's one? Oh, yeah, there we go. Chubba Chub's one. Is it actually a lollipop in every one, or is it like mini... Oh, yeah, it's like sour candies and chewy stuff and things. That's guaranteed to break my teeth. Absolutely. It's only $10. It's $10 plus the cost of going to a dentist. That will ruin my teeth. This jigsaw one's looking pretty solid. I could get that delivered before... Christmas. Before December. What day is December the 1st? It's only a few days away, isn't it? Monday? Oh, literally Monday next week. Wow, it couldn't be more convenient. The month starts on a Monday as well. Absolute banging. Finished dental's basically free. It does remind me, actually, I have meant to have received a dentist bill from the last time I went, and I haven't. Yeah, basically free. It still costs me like 70, 80 bucks every time I go. But in the grand scheme of things, it's basically free. The meat one was out of stock. Hang on, let me open this. Let me open these links just off stream in case I'm logged into these websites. Oh, like that. Yeah, okay. Oh yeah, this Moomin one. This is the one I've bought for my niece. I'm pretty sure of it. Yeah, it's got all the little Moomin figurines in it. Yeah, that's exactly the one I bought for my niece already. Because she's also, what is she, like 3? So, Mum said she wasn't allowed a chocolate one. So, I bought that for my niece because it's not a chocolate one. That's kind of cool. Let me look at the beef jerky one just real quickly. Shit the bed, 90 bucks for an advent calendar. Damn, son. I've not spent 90 euros on beef jerky in my life. Never mind in 1 month. Oh dear. Never mind, in 1 month. Catching squirrels. Yeah, I know. I did a poll and everything, and then we got distracted by advent calendars, but craft beer ones are like 100. Well, I mean, yeah, craft beer ones, you expect to pay €4 a beer, and, you know, by the time you've bought 24 beers, it's not outrageous that it's €100. The thing I don't like about that sort of stuff is that if I'm going to spend €100 on beer, I'm going to buy a 24-pack of artisan beer, of a beer that I like. Like, this is the thing with the makeup ones that are like €200 plus. Correct me if I'm wrong, but body type 2 are usually pretty fussy about the makeup that they use or do not use. So 24 random pieces of makeup. How many of those are then actually going to get used or be acceptable? My wife is fussy as all hell when it comes to that stuff. I'm like, it's a powder or a pencil or a cream or something. Surely they're all the same. Surely they're all the same, but apparently not. And that's quite cool though. But yeah, I might order one of these. If I order that today, I'll get it here on Friday. I'll get that here on Friday. That's quite a cool one. And it's cheap because it's Black Friday. Everybody's a winner. I'm not going to order it now because I might need to order another few things from Vehicle Kelp at the same time, but they are not the same. I assume there is difference. I assume it's probably the same thing. Like, my wife just thinks beer is beer, and I'm like, no, stop it. Pork scratching ones. Ooh. I'm responsible for cooking the ham at Christmas, and so I like to cook the ham at Christmas with the skin on. Slice it up, salt it up, get it nice and a beer face mask. Oh, now we're talking. Snaffling pigs. Hang on, we got to have a look. There's no way. No way you can dox my UK address anymore because I don't have one. Merry Piggin Christmas Pork Crackling Advent Calendar. It looks pretty solid, to be fair. Wash that down with you. See, the problem is you need one of these, and you'd need the beer one. Technically, all beer is crafted. True. Agree. You would need this one, and then you would need a beer one. So it actually is going to cost you £125. But yeah, everybody seems to be hopping on this. Let's sell a stupid expensive. Oh, Olympic ring toss. Is there a mini game in it as well? Double clever. Okay, I like that. Right. That's cool. That means I need to order that today. Or I need Chalida to walk to the store and buy it for me and then bring it round. Can we finance it with Klarna? You mean finance it and never pay? Yeah, that's yeah. Do it 2 minutes before they go bankrupt. Klarna's Swedish company, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's Swedish company. Where's Team Sweden at? I'm pretty sure Klarna's Swedish. Finished off my 250 level 80s today. Fucking hell. 250 level 80s. Jesus, Goldson, take a day off. Is that all five? What is that? All 5 accounts near to maxed? Or 7 times 5, 35. No, that can't be all 5 accounts maxed. Means you're slacking. Get going. Chop chop. 12 monthly installments for next Christmas. That's quite clever, actually. Order your fancy advent calendar. Pay for it 12 months interest free. $70 times 5. Well, 70 times 5 is 350. Have you actually done 350? Did you typo when you said 250? If you've actually done 350, that is redonkulous. Oh, just casually out by 100. Damn. Well, I wish you the best of luck with concentration crafting come midnight then. That's absolutely the slog out of the way. Here in Sweden, it's been working perfectly fine paying with Klarna. I've never had any issues with it at all. My wife loves it. My wife won't buy anything from a website now unless Klarna's a payment option. She was utterly confused when I told her that they're basically going bankrupt because nobody pays. I use Klarna to pay on the checkout, but never the credit part. My wife likes it from the fact that she can order shit from any old random website and that she doesn't have to pay until delivery. That's basically the only reason my wife uses it for stuff. It's that luxury of not paying for the item until it's delivered. She equally has no reason to piss around with the credit stuff. We're not buying stuff if we can't afford it, but looking at the conch crafts on the beta, it's pretty crazy. Some of the crafts cannot be guaranteed. I mean, if it stays that way, that opens the door for concentration crafting. But we'll have to see if it stays that way. In the run-up to, there was lots of scenarios that couldn't be guaranteed on the run-up to the War Within, and they hotfixed all of those by the time the game actually went live. So we'll see. We'll see. Before concentration falls flat. I've got my doubts and I've got my concerns about it, but at the end of the day, even if concentration ends up not being the meta way to use a whole bunch of alts, there'll be something else that you can put them to work doing. You know, there is rarely a scenario where having lots of alts is anything but a bonus, especially if you can sort of like put a line under the time and effort it takes to level them in the first place. It's going to be a bit of a slog if you need to get them all to 81, though. You're going to have to try and find an easy way to get each team of 5 up by just 1 level, and quickly, if you got to do it 70 times. Just to get them to 81 to be able to use basic profession gear. I mean, you could always argue that you just don't use profession gear because you actually don't need to, technically. The skill, the argument really, yeah, fuck, do you even need profession gear for concentration crafters? You literally don't. You need nothing. You need the recipe. That's all you need. Sure, it'll cost you more concentration, but maybe you don't need to get them to 81. I don't know. In Sweden, we have a system of a database where it shows up if you haven't paid your bills, basically. If you end up in that system, your life gets so much harder with renting apartment, etc. I think that's one of the reasons it's worked so well here. Yeah, Finland operates in the same sort of way. Like, coming from the UK, where they have like a credit score system, which is just as broken as it is in other countries, basically meaning you can't borrow money until you have history borrowing money. So it's a bit of a vicious cycle. Very, very difficult to get into, to build a good credit score in the UK. And then every time you try and borrow money, it's on the basis of your credit score. But I would imagine Sweden and Finland work in a very similar way, which is, sure, you can have whatever money you want, but the first time you don't pay it back, you're fucked. So you can, you know, there's the there's the strong emphasis. You don't pay it back once, and you're just done. So people learn very quickly not to borrow money that they have no plan or no ability to pay back. Some of the enchants can only be guaranteed with a +3 profession skill. So basically Blood Elf. Interesting. These are the things we need to note down. Note these things down so then we can keep an eye on them as well. So that in the next few builds we can just poke around and have a look. Black mark on my credit score, which was from a Vodafone bill from 9 years back that I couldn't pay because Vodafone wasn't using that system anymore. So I had to wait a year for it to leave. No idea that I'd missed a £10 phone bill. The irony you talk about mobile phones, getting a mobile phone on a contract the day I turned 18 was the way I built my credit score in the UK. Because it affected your... I mean, it's $30 a month, right? There was no reason I was ever not going to pay it. And it was the quickest and easiest way for an 18-year-old to build up a credit score. It then meant that a year or two later, when I needed to apply for a credit card, and then a year or two later after that, when I applied for a mortgage, it was all fine. All because I got a mobile phone on a contract and just paid it off in full up front. Job done. But yeah, in Finland, if you borrow money, this is why I don't borrow money. In Finland, if you borrow money and miss even one payment, you are actually done. Like, GG. Okay. Anyway, money. Nobody likes talking about money. It's boring. Let's play some WoW. Let's level some profession, shall we? Let's see what we're working with here. Oh, I'm gonna need flipping spanners and tools and stuff like that, aren't I? Give me. Is there a multi-tool on here somewhere? Oh, please sell me a multi-tool. Flipping 16 pages deep. Mining pick, blacksmithing hammer. Oh, just give me a multi-tool. No? Well, I'll take a spanner in case then. Okay. We did it in 2 instead.
Greetings, traveler.
Okay. So, where do we start? What do we look at doing then with engineering? Recycling is our discovery system. I find it really amusing that they took the discovery system out of alchemy and yet didn't just copy paste the same system into engineering, but sure. We need something to recycle, which becomes problematic until things exist, but you can basically buy up and recycle. One man's trash is your treasure. That'll be fun to try and work out what works. This is how we get our ether loom and our evercores, which we're going to need a bunch of at some point. Is there a way for us to craft things and then recycle them ourselves? Maybe. It's probably going to be that you'll salvage a bunch of shit to begin with, but without that as a heads... Oh, okay. Oh, that's... Okay, that is the only way you start. Wow. You should start the stream earlier, put on just Doggo Cam, and then we can just watch Alma and Solo do their zoomies or playing together. I mean, possible. I could do. There was a post on WoW Economy with a list of the midnight professions. Might have some that you're missing. I'm missing loads of them. I've not looked particularly hard. I know this sounds really gross, but I'm genuinely just waiting for somebody to find all of them, and then I'll just, you know, pay attention then. Wait, 2 puppies now? Yeah, Sulo has joined us. 2 pups, 2 elders. I'll go full puppy cam for a minute. Alma's, you've met Alma. He's napping right now. Papa's in the background there. Apple's 13. Alma's 5 months. And then we have... Move the camera without everybody waking up and being alerted. We have Nipsu, who is 8. She's also flopped right now. And then the new one, who's in his bed back here, kind of hanging out the bed a little bit there, is Sula. Alma's brother. Actually, Alma's brother as well. He's not performing for the camera much today, but we went on a long walk this morning, so they're all chilling. Now get some cats. I do not plan to introducing Sula, a boy, into the pack. The other 3 are girls. Is already risky business, but what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? They're performing perfectly. Yes, chill, not eating shit is the best scenario. Right. Interestingly, there's not really a way for an engineer to just start. It's Alma. Alma and Sula are the puppies. Alma and Sula. My accent will probably make it sound like Elma. I definitely do not have room for a 5th. There is absolutely no chance that a 5th is coming anywhere near. At least it's not Elmo. Isn't Elmo the red thing from Sesame Street, right? Need a healer? Who's tanking? Who's going to be tanking? Sula can tank. He's the boy. Okay. Back on some sort of track. This is weird. I don't genuinely know how engineers are meant to, like, get going. You either need to farm up a bunch of junk. You either need to buy some shit off the auction house. You have to buy somebody else's trash off the auction house. You're not going to be able to make perfected cogwheels because you're not going to be able to make song gears and you're not going to be able to make soul sprockets yet. You're not able to get evercores without recycling. So engineers don't actually have a way to get going just by raw materials? Sure. The 5th one is the buyer, the one getting boosted. Also known as Manthy. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. Thanks. Thanks. You got the gold. I got no IRL gold anymore. I've just bought 2 puppies. And it's Christmas next month. And it was my anniversary 3 days ago. I ain't got no money. Jaden has 3 apples and Jaden gives away 2 apples. What's Jaden? Jaden broke. If you know the meme, you know the meme. Feel like Jaden. Okay. Crafted reagents from a variety of midnight professions to salvage necessary components. It feels very odd. Feels very odd that we have to break down somebody else's rubbish to even get going. We just break down a bunch of these, for example. These count? Yeah. And you need to break down 5 of them as well. Skill is clearly going to play a part into the quality of the ether looms and the evercores you get. And doing so is going to get us some skills. So you're basically going to have to just buy... Are we going to say... Oh no, they don't count. I need the Sunfire Silk linings. You're going to just have to buy 50 quality 1 intermediates of some way, shape or form. To get going. I feel icky already. How'd you get piles of junk? Junk comes from mob grinding, usually. If you're an engineer, you just go out and kill things and you tend to get junk. In the War Within, for example, you could get it from the dynamite nodes and stuff as well, so there's probably other sources, but there is often a very small amount of it available on vendors, but it's usually tagged as limited supply. Oh, hang on, we got to skill 5. Is there any more? We learned something at skill 5. We learn our flux cogwheel and our song gears at skill 5. Maybe we should just learn these from day 1. Because, yeah, it feels like we need to learn this from F6 on that. Feels as if we should probably get that nice and early. Getting going with leveling is odd. You need to buy 50, no, 20. How many did you need to buy? 20 normal quality intermediates. Recycle. Okay. I'm a lucky man. My girlfriend keeps forgetting our anniversary, so I have a free pass every year. Yeah, my wife forgets as well. I mentioned it to her the night before. I was like, you do know it's our anniversary tomorrow? And her actual response was, shit. So, I don't get any don't get into trouble if I forget these things either. You probably are then going to dip straight into either continuing to recycle if you can find shit cheap enough, which in the first couple of weeks you'll probably have no problem doing because normal quality stuff usually gets hammered in price by everybody crafting it whilst leveling and then just trying to dump it. So it's not too difficult to find stuff to recycle, but you're probably quite quickly then going to want to switch into song gears. That is, unless you find something cool from this. We'll probably have to test an engineer where we just recycle a whole bunch of shit just to see how lucrative this is. You might end up doing a whole bunch of this in the end anyway. Switching into song gears is not particularly cheap. 15 pieces of ore, but probably the way to do it. Unless these end up being cheaper. No, because you need the song gears to craft these in the first place. You're then going to need junk that's going to be in limited supply for you unless you're out doing some serious playing on the engineer as well. Moats are going to be expensive. We can't craft soul sprockets yet. So these don't really become a viable option unless you buy all of these mats off the auction house, which are going to be expensive all the same. This is your cheap option still. We've got to get to 15 before anything interesting changes. My husband and I have this big thing going for our anniversaries. We give each other at least one extra kiss if we remember. Yeah, yeah. That's the standard, isn't it? Evercore Vision Guard. Requires an Evercore. Now I have just noticed that I somehow have managed to get ether looms at quality 2 as well, which must have come from the recycling. How far back that doesn't go far back enough. Did anybody notice? Oh yeah, quality 3. Not quality 3. 3 high quality without any form of skill. Either this doesn't work yet, or I don't know. Oh, we did learn Smuggler's Lynx Eye a bit. You sell pile of junks on the auction house? No, they're bind on pickup, usually the junk. Okay. There is the chance for high quality to pop out just because, but most of the time you're not. But it could have something to do with the fact that we're recycling high quality stuff in the first place, which is something you're not going to really be doing unless it's very lucrative to do. At skill 20, you start getting your basic crafted goggles. All of these, yeah, this whole profession is feeling very rough around the edges already. Nothing about this feels right. Why have we not got any Evercores from our recycling? Is the thing we've been recycling too high of a quality for us to get the Evercores? Do you need to recycle something? You need to recycle something green to get the Evercores? I bet that's the case, isn't it? What about these basic song gears that we've just crafted? Can we recycle those? These going to give us the... Ah, yeah, there we go. There's our Evercores, look. So you got a... Feels like you've got to recycle greens to get greens and blues to get blues. Sure. Whites or greens for the Evercores, blues and purps for the looms. Okay. Different alloys give different recycling reagents. Oh, they do. Oh, so you can switch out the different alloys. Yeah, there's room to maybe do a bit of testing on some of these to see if there's any patterns or synergies or better things to or not to recycle. Song gears have already gone grey, meaning you're not going to be able to craft too many of those. Although you might be incentivized to craft, like, depending on the cost of anything else. This is a vendor reagent, and you just use normal quality materials here. So this isn't It's 15 materials mined, but it's probably not going to be too expensive. You do need 5 of them just to press the button once. We learn how to craft the soul sprocket ourselves at 25. You might probably just harvest some first-time craft bonuses for some skill points here, to be honest. Recycling any rubbish you don't particularly need or want. If it is that these end up staying as just one Evercore to make them, which I cannot imagine that's the case. It feels very much like you're going to see some extra materials being added to these. Vendor reagents, if nothing else. I can't imagine it'll go live with just one single reagent to craft something. I made the smart move to include the anniversary date in our joint email address. Now I have no excuse. So many questions about that statement. So many questions. I'll start with, what the fuck is a joint email address? I can't think of anything more I don't like opening the post box. Never mind having a to my own house. Oh, Jesus, the amount of spam my flipping inbox gets. That was combined with all of the rubbish my wife signs up for. Dear Lord. Okay, so at 31 they've stopped guaranteeing skill points. Yet we need to get to 35 before we learn something new. This starts to feel slightly more like what I'd expect an item to look like. Being bind to warbound until equipped. Oh. Oh, interesting. So they've done... But then they also require engineering to equip them. I mean, the item levels all so many wrongs on that. They're level 71 to begin with. They should probably be 81, but I don't like that as a concept either. It's a bit icky, isn't it? 4 of those, though, I'd imagine. We need some more Evercores. I've got nothing I can smush. $22,000 unread emails. I keep planning to set a day to work through them, but when I get to said day, I just play WoW instead. Yeah, I used to be really anal about my inbox keeping the unread emails read. Control A, delete, done. Yeah. That's the play, if I'm honest. That is how you do it. Just delete them all. Pretend they don't exist. Wow, look at the amount of shit we learn at level 35. Okay, that should be enough to get us to 40. No? Oh god, we learn all of this stuff and it's already green. Oh, engineering feels all sorts of broken. All sorts of broken. Permanently enchant a ranged weapon to sometimes increase mastery. Cogwheels. These are one of those things that people are probably never going to want. These are going to be cogwheels, flipping moats on them. Cogwheels are going to be expensive. If any of those 22k were important, the people behind them would have called. Yeah. Pretty true. You create these and they become vendor trash, but they require you to go out farming junk to be able to craft them. Your alternative is you make... oh no, these require junk as well. These are the only things that give you skill points that don't require junk, but they also require intermediates to create. Okay. I'm trying to be as self-sufficient as possible, excluding the first 20 or so items to do some recycling. I'm kind of trying to be self-sufficient. To get a rough idea of how many materials it needs to do this, but there's real mixed emotions about, for this expansion, even bothering to try and work out optimal leveling paths. Because I've also pretty conclusively come to the conclusion that leveling this to 100 doesn't really matter. Or it's going to matter very little. The only people that are really going to care about blasting this to 100 for any other reason than they just want it done, for a justifiable reason, the only people that are going to look at doing it are going to be people who are looking at crafting gear for people and need to be able to reach rank 5 guaranteed. Then you have to have this bar full to do rank 5 guaranteed. Everybody else, if you're not going the work order route, nobody else needs this bar full. Not at any speed anyway. You'll need this full eventually, but certainly not before you've got these full. Profession tools also. Yeah, work order stuff, right? So anything that has 5 qualities. Anything that has 5 qualities will push you to level this, but there's, like I said, it's still not something you're going to do before you've got this in place anyway. You've kind of got time to do this. Okay, I need more evercores as well. Oh, you can break down gears and sprockets. Clonkers. Oh, that gave us an alternative warband recipe. Where do we get baby sparks from? Please don't be part of the discovery system. So many crafts with engineering though, mind. Where's baby sparks? Hello? Where's baby sparks? Spark of beginnings, isn't it? Where's the recipe for it? There's no recipe for it. Max recycle knowledge. You can now find extremely rare sparks of beginnings to share with your warband from recycling. Oh shit! They're not a craftable item anymore. Ha! Okay, well that's different from the alpha. Oh shit. They've added a level of RNG to them. They've made you go the recycling route to find them. Oh. Oh. Mixed emotions. What did they cost to craft on the alpha? Do I have screenshots of it? Discord engineering. Yeah, so they used to be craftable. A Songgear, a Soul Sprocket, an Etherloom, and an Evercore used to be the cost of making one. It's now no longer actually craftable. It's an item that you find. That's a twist. I hate how they hide items like that. Not casual player friendly at all. If Manthe can't find it, most normal players won't. It's just annoying. Well, the concept for me of the Baby Spark system full stop was that you would have a pocket engineer that would allow you to craft those, meaning those characters, those players, those professions where you are trying to push this bar to 100, even if you're not, in much of a rush to do it. There are some scenarios where using some Baby Sparks to craft some cheap per endgame gear is how players would look at doing it. If they're going to force people to recycle and spec into with 30 points, I mean, you're still going to probably then just have a pocket engineer that's spec'd into this, but it throws a bunch of RNG onto acquiring them in the first place, and it does state them to be extremely rare. Now, you see, I don't think they were the item itself didn't really feel massively useful outside of just using it to quickly level a profession. And it was not the item level of the piece of the item level was not going to be so game. Stacking them at the end of a spec tree and making them extremely rare, I'm not sure about, but they've clearly made their mind up on that one because they've actively changed it since the alpha. Right now they're quite common, even from whites and greens. Okay. Is it still that you need 25 points? Gain 15 skill when crafting. Gain 15 skill when crafting midnight engineering recipes. Recycling now yields 100% more materials. I mean, I said in the alpha that you needed at least 25 points in this tree, pretty much, because you're not going to. It's going to be hard to avoid. It's going to be very difficult to avoid doing any recycling, whatever spec build you choose. What were my notes in the alpha? One of the more interesting additions for engineering is the Baby Sparks, or Spark of Beginnings. These are a war-bound, mini, craftable spark that look to be balanced at fresh 90 kind of item levels. Could be good to quickly start gearing an alt, or for goblins as a way to craft some spark crafts to help push the 100 profession skill. Yeah, you're now going to have quite a cost attached to generating large amounts of them. Because you might need for reference, you might need up to 4 spark of beginnings in order to craft one thing. So if you're looking at getting like 3 skill points for your profession, you might need 4 baby sparks just to do it. So you've got the cost of creating those 4 baby sparks plus the cost of actually crafting that piece of endgame gear, which is going to make a bind-on pit, but is going to make a piece of something that you're probably just going to put in the bin or send to an alt. Okay. They've nerfed that system, in my opinion. Well, let's keep going. Let's consider where we go from here. We need to hit 45 before we learn something new. $360 knowledge points to guarantee craft the basic tailoring bolt at max quality. Tailoring's cracked. Tailoring is needing... For some reason, they've decided that it's fine for tailors to need to put skill points in flipping every single tree to max things out. Yet then when you compare it to some other professions that can max craft things at like... You look at inscription, for example, you need like 20, 30 points to do it. It's kind of... there's a massive imbalance between the professions in terms of how easy or how difficult it is to craft some stuff. Which could cause some interesting first couple of weeks kind of play. Once I've had time to have a good look through all of the professions, I'll be able to sort of surmise it a little bit better. But at the moment, it does seem like some professions are just ludicrously easy, and some are just completely broken out. Like it's just very, very clear that different devs have been in charge of creating different professions, and they've gone into it with very different ideas about what things should be. I mean, I don't mind at the end of the day. It's all fun and games for me, but it's going to cause a bunch of frustrations. But it'll make them... If some stuff ends up being really easy and some stuff ends up being really difficult, or not difficult, but just time gated, I guess. We also need to double check that tailors can't loot bolts. I know there's nothing in the spec tree for tailors that states that they can also loot bolts, but they could in the War Within. And tailors being able to loot bolts kind of nuked the early the early tailoring bolt builds. But maybe they've made it so only crafted bolts are a thing. I don't know. I'm at this point. I'm in a bit of a loss. I'm looking for something that I think doesn't exist. I'm looking for some sort of logic in Blizzard's approach to this, and I don't think there is any. I don't really think there's been much of a sort of a design goal with the professions for Midnight. I think they've just, been told to update them for Midnight, and different devs have gone in and done different things. Two separate people whispered me to make sure I wasn't hacked. It wasn't that I was online, it was that I logged on to my remix tune. You've done a remix as well. minus leveling a couple more tunes, I'm basically done with remix. Oh, that gave me 2 skill points instead of 1. So that bug is still has been copy pasted for the 3rd expansion in a row. That certain recipes were. That's also a very key indicator that they haven't really tried hard behind the scenes to get engineering in a good place yet. Oh, we learn everything. Oh, we just get everything at 45. Okay, sure. We get everything at 45 and none of it gives skill points. What did we gain that's new that might give... Okay, yeah, okay. Engineering is all levels of just weird right now. So you can get a whole bunch... All of this we learned, but none of it's going to give us skill points. Yeah, there's not too much value in deeping what's going on with engineering right now. It still needs a lot of love. So much so that I'm almost kind of not really able to even to suggest things because it's just a little bit all over the place. This was learnt via the trainer. So we're going to get our rare profession gear, which is also clearly still broken because it says Kazongar engineering skill on it. But if we end up learning this from a... Oh yeah, I wanted to talk about the profession gear because my opinion on this is slightly changed. I've come to the realization that the rare and the epic profession gear, I was concerned that there'd be absolutely no need for the rare stuff because why would you? Why would you buy the rare stuff when you can buy the epic stuff? And I was thinking for a little bit and I was like, oh, I suddenly realized that if they give the same amount of skill but just have different secondary stats, that's still enough to make there be a market for both of them. Because if you go the work order route, and it took me a while to realize this because it shows just how infrequently I do work orders. If you go the work order route, you don't need the epic ones. As long as the skill that you gain on the rare and the epic ones is the same, which it looks like it categorically will be because that's how they balance the recipe difficulties, your rare profession gear is going to be enough for somebody that is looking to do work orders. The only advantage of going up to the epic ones is if you are a mass crafter, because the extra resourcefulness, the extra multi-craft, if you are mass crafting something, makes all the difference. But if you're crafting the occasional thing here, there, or, you know, filling out a few work orders here or there, the secondary stats don't mean shit to you. The only thing you get your profession gear for is the skill. And if you can get that skill from the rare stuff, which can be guaranteed at quality 5 in most cases without concentration, and in turn will probably use less Moxie, you as a work order crafter have no reason to go any further than the rare stuff. But a mass crafter, somebody that's looking to mass produce anything, is going to absolutely need the epic ones because profitability revolves around he who has the most resourcefulness in multi-craft. So this leads me to also think that they might not feel the need to put way more Moxie on the epic stuff because they kind of don't need to. If you're doing concentration crafting, you'll go for the... If you're doing... Well, let's look at it this way. If you're doing concentration crafting, you don't need any profession gear, right? Some cheap greens off the auction house if you feel you need. So concentration crafters don't really need much of anything, but they'll buy a set of green ones if they're cheap. just because a bit of skill and a few secondary stats here or there is useful. So concentration builds are going to use the green ones. If you go the work order route, you're not crafting anywhere near enough to get anywhere near a mathematical average return on, from crafting costs. If you're doing work orders, people provide you the mats anyway. So saving more mats work orders couldn't care less about multi-craft because it doesn't benefit you in the slightest. So you don't care about stats, secondary stats. So you just need the skill, which means you'll go for the rare ones. And if you are pushing your build to a max build perspective, then those players will want the epic ones. So they could actually kind of balance the rare and the epic profession tools to basically give the same skill. Just the epic ones give more secondary stats and probably will need concentration to craft them at quality 5. But there is actually a big enough market for all 3 tiers of profession gear without there being like any massive time delay or extra cost to the epic stuff. They'll probably make the epic ones more expensive. They'll take more materials to craft them. They'll probably take more moxie, but it doesn't need to be by much because there is actually a market for the rare stuff all the same, which I hadn't really considered before. How we go about getting ourselves to skill 100 is probably by, at this point then, is all of this going to come from... If you do go the tools and accessory route with engineering, you need every single drop of moxie you possibly can in order to buy the recipes. You can learn the rare recipes. Okay, that doesn't even have a location yet. You can buy the rare recipes or unlock the rare recipes a lot of times. And then you need your moxie to buy your big boy ones. But you yourself are not going to need any more than the rare ones. Plus 18 midnight engineering skill, look. If the skill is the same... what's the equivalent? Multi-tool V9. So we've already seen... Now, not all... Final version V9 real, actually. We've already seen that the plus skill you gain on the rare and the epic ones is the same. I didn't expect them to change that. It's just more stats. You go from 86 stats to 118 stats. Am I blind or is there no socket recipe this time in Dawn crafting? Correct. There isn't. No socket recipe. There is actually a... Oh, there's an item drop. There is at least for... I found it in a PvP chest. I don't know. I can't give you much more details than I found something in one of the PvP chests that seemed to be an item that gave you the ability to add a socket. I don't know if that was also synergistically linked to PvP only. But it looks like there might be an alternative way to put sockets on your gear this time. I can't remember the name of the item. It's on my druid on my other character. You still use the wall within settings in midnight? It's another good question that I don't know the answer to. Should level more alts, but I just can't push myself doing it. I'm not a 100+ alts guy. I mean, if you do not have the desire to level the alts in the first place, I can let you into a little secret. You won't do anything with them even when you have I fall into the same sort of category. This is why I don't push for a huge alt army. I've got my one character on every realm in the EU. That's for the purpose of, flipping and selling items on the auction house. Even the huge amounts of gold that can generate is barely enough some days for me to log them all on and repost their auctions. The minuscule amount of gold, the drip feed of gold from like other alt army sort of stuff also doesn't appeal to me a lot, but looks like you can buy Blasphemites now. That's the wall. What? That's just the wall within setting. I have 74 alts that aren't 80 yet. I have to level before I can even think about leveling a remix alt. About to do so many time walkings. Yeah. That's a lot of alts. Can't stand a farm in any shape or form. It bores me very fast. An alt army is pretty much repetitive farming. It's yeah. I fully agree. Most hyper repetitive tasks bore me to death super fast. Tooltip doesn't stipulate only usable on the wall within gear. Oh, I see. It will probably have some sort of can only be used on gear above this sort of item level or something. Faster to delete them and level to 80 in remix. Unironically, it probably is, but okay. So, by the looks of things, how far can we continue to push these? You just craft a bunch of these real fast. Crafting these to then only recycle them to get the Evercores and the looms feels very weird. Not something that I would imagine is going to be the best way of doing this. I'm pretty convinced there'll be much cheaper, normal quality stuff that can be broken down. But when you need... The fact there's a chance for it to spit out high quality almost straight away with no skill involved makes me think that the system behind the scenes hasn't been configured yet. Everything I touch with... Absolutely everything I touch right now with engineering feels a little bit busted still. Junk, moats, evercores, optional crafting reagent. What else did we learn? Well, let's just craft up a bunch of these and see how far they go. I'm expecting these to drop their guaranteed skill quite quickly. Get 5 more. nothing else, this is at least creating some nice disenchant fodder. Because you ain't going to sell any of this. It's all warbound for starters. You're genuinely not really making anything. You're probably then, much like alchemy, and to a degree, much like engineering in the War Within, you're going to recycle a bunch of stuff until you get the recipe that you know takes you all the way to 100. If, you know, that's your goal. What can we recycle now? Sprockets. Unironically, sprockets are going to be cheaper as well, because I could bet your ass that copper ore will end up being twice the price of tin ore. Because it's both, copper ore looks to have a little bit of the bismuth effect, maybe. Even though it's the common ore, it's actually used in significantly greater quantities in most places. I think might mean that copper won't really be... If it is cheaper than tin or silver, it won't be cheaper by much. Now, whilst engineering seems to go through tin quite rapidly, it hasn't touched silver or thorium yet. Oh, breaking these down doesn't help me either, does it? Because I'm actually looking for the... I need evercores. I do need green things to break down. The more I look at professions, the more I think that gathering will be better, depending on skinning hyperspawn, skinning bots. I mean, farmers never lose, right? This is the thing with crafting professions, that there is a risk versus reward with all crafting professions. Because if the items within the professions are not profitable enough, it is quite viable for you to be able to just spend an hour doing some herbing and far exceed what you'd be able to make by tinkering with the profession. Which is kind of weird in its own right. High quality evercores nearly every single time as well. Yeah, this system's weird right now. We get these, when do these go yellow? Go to 60 skill points. Okay, no change at 60. Our cogwheels have gone yellow though. The PvP gear has also gone yellow. Any of the endgame stuff, which interestingly actually seems to mostly be unlocked. The things that I think might give you skill all the way to the top. Yeah, these are looking... There's not too much in this list that looks like it's going to take you all the way to 100. Some of these, maybe. Let's see. Let's keep going. Five points. Will you dabble in gathering, or is it beneath you? Most goblins end up putting themselves in a scenario where they just chase the thing that makes the most money, makes the most gold. So like season 1 of an expansion, you can usually make astronomical amounts of gold from crafting, but you do have to be pretty on it, right? You've got to be kind of like, you've got to be prepared, you've got to be ahead of the game, you've got to be consistent with it more so than anything, right? Making a lot of gold with crafting at the beginning of an expansion pretty reliably pretty much means you have to be doing some crafting, or at the very least some buying of materials pretty much every single day, in order to make sure that your prices are competitive, that you're getting your materials at the right price. There's quite a high skill level to be. You got to play a lot to be able to make a lot, but the ceiling for opportunity is very high. Whereas gathering in the beginning of an expansion will make you 40, 50, 60,000 gold an hour quite comfortably for a good month or two, but there's no real requirement from you to do anything particularly fancy, right? You just kind of like, you log on, you spend an hour farming, you sell the stuff, you're 60,000 gold richer, GG. Minus maybe doing a bare minimum couple of hours of herbing and mining a week just to get your knowledge points in order. Maybe buy a profession tool or something, but the reliant, you know, the barrier to entry is basically non-existent, which is why a lot of people don't bother with professions. Even though the ceiling of opportunity is very high, you have to be arguably above average to make sizable gold from crafting, because there's always that, you know, it's all based upon profit margins. Then when you get to like season 2, for example, you will often find that something like farming is so much more reliable that most people will have completely given up with crafting by then. Margins would have been squished into the floor, which makes it not worth. Definitely doesn't feel fun crafting your own song gears or soul sprockets in order to recycle them. This is burning through just outrageous amounts of materials. We're like 800 copper ore in and a bunch more tin, and we've not even thought about getting to the difficult bit yet. So this approach definitely burns through mats, meaning you are going to look at buying the cheapest possible I mean, literally by the name of recycling, you're buying one person's trash, aren't you? You're going to try and buy somebody else's trash, a bunch of stuff that's leveled, that's crafted en masse whilst leveling, which will be on the auction house for pennies. You buy all of that and you just recycle it. That's how you're going to level your engineering. That's how you're going to get all your recipes. So let's just take a bit of an assumption that you're going to do that. Now, this isn't going to help me when calculating cost, but let's say we just are going to buy... What do all these cogwheels go into? Do these cogwheels then only simultaneously go into tinker slots, maybe for endgame engineering gear? I don't know.
Glad I could help.
Oh, that's not even an item that can be broken down. And the cogwheels don't seem to go into anything. Surely they should be used in some tinkers or something that then goes into tinker slots on these, right? No? Have I made all of that up? I've made all of that up. 5 Haranir Druid or whatever they're called should be the meta for gathering. Don't cogwheels set the stats on the crafted gear for engineering? Allocate the secondary stat of engineering crafted goggles, braces, or boots to crit. Yeah, you're right. They're the missives. They're the missives for they're the missives for engineering gear specifically. Which means their market is incredibly small. Incredibly small. The market for end game engineering gear is often very small to begin with. No toys, no mounts for engineers. Looks terrible. There's a few things. Where are they? I'm not gonna lie, it's definitely gutted. It definitely feels gutted, but utility-wise, it's there still. But yeah, the fun stuff, not so much. I can't live without the Looterang anymore after 10 plus years. The Looterang's very good. I have a pet that does that for me. Fetch does the same. Quite niche, but the engineering gear can be embellished with the jewel crafting embellishments as far as I know, whilst normal blacksmithing, leatherworking, and tailoring pieces can't. Oh, okay. Very niche. Very niche and possibly just not intended. I need to unlock the embellishments on it.
Well, spit it out. Have a good one.
See what we get in there. I mean, I kind of quite like the recycling system, but I'm not gonna lie, I do still think I prefer the parts. You know, I do think I prefer the Kazalgar system. The you know, pilfering was interesting because there was a big ticket item there. You know, if you pilfered a permit, you were like, oh my gold. If you accidentally pilfered a permit, that was like Gamba RNG that, you know, buy a lottery ticket kind of style. The recycling will lose all of its value once you've gained all of the rest of it. That's literally all it is. It's an RNG recipe generator. Unless you spec into getting the baby sparks. But that's obviously got limited value. I don't like the simplifications they've made to the professions this time. I'm going to stand on my soapbox and claim that I definitely wish they'd done it another way. Harvest some first-time crafts with all of these. Would 10 finesse really be all that better than the time saved with a high mountain? I guess if you're 5 boxing, you're not really notice the speed difference. I mean, even within rules and regulations, multi-boxing, if you're doing it on 5 accounts, yeah, you'll probably make more gold, but I can go as far as to say you're gonna hoover up so many false reports doing it.
What's up?
5-man multi-boxing out in the open world these days is asking for trouble. Now, of course, you could there are things you can do to stay a little bit more hidden, but I'd still say it's risky business. At least recycling seems to spit new recipes at you pretty frequently. It's going to be interesting just how many first-time crafts engineers are going to be able to harvest as well, because I mean their recipe list is ridiculous. Engineering might be looking at like 120 points in the first week or something silly. And I'm sure if you're doing a lot of this, there's ways to spec into recycling to make it slightly better, right? Surely. Gain 15 skill when crafting midnight engineering recipes. Oh, this is a flat. Recycling now is the chance to teach you new whimsical recipes while supplies last. Oh. Well, they've put skill in the recycling tree, which means it's fundamentally mandatory for anybody that's looking at doing endgame work orders. So everybody's going to have it by default anyway. Okay. If you are looking to be able to guarantee any work order at quality 5, you're going to need to hunt down as much skill as you can get your hands on. This node just gives you more resourcefulness and a greater refund when it procs. This is your multi-craft node. Does the same. Then an ingenuity node, I imagine, yeah. I wonder if this is the same as alchemy, that you don't actually need all the points in it to get 100% because they've coded it wrong. I bet they have. Okay, but that makes this node mandatory for most crafters anyway. Endgame gear. Skill when crafting reagents. Recycling reagents has the chance to inspire you to create new recipes. Well, isn't that what recycling does anyway? Oh, they have a lot of work to do to get this right. Isn't that kind of what recycling does anyway? Is there going to be a second tier of recipes again that can only be obtained after you have filled that node? I bet there is, yeah. I bet there's going to be a whole second tier of recipes that, yes, they come from recycling, but yes, they also only come from recycling once you've specced into it as well. Which, if they don't make that clear, will infuriate people. Odds on it being half of the decor recipes, maybe? Who knows? I just bought a bunch of settings and blasphemites. I shouldn't be speculating. Golds of my man. Do we not learn? I mean, best of luck. Best of luck. Starting to think professions would have been better if they just let them be done by ChatGPT. K-Chak said this on his stream the other day, and I totally agree with him. The best thing to do would be for Blizzard to get me and K-Chak in a Discord call, and we'll just tell them what to do. We'll just tell them what to do. Like, we'll go through profession by profession. We'll be like, do this, change this, fix this, undo that. Like, that's the easiest thing. Now, I know there's people out there that probably don't agree with our relatively similar opinions on how the profession should be, but do it. I'm throwing money at the screen. Do it. Yeah. Tried to watch K-Chat, but he seems to be AFK 90% of the time, so I gave up. Yeah, I mean, he has his stream just on AFK mode while he's at work during the day. I tend to wonder. I mean, there's no doubt that he's probably gaining followers on Twitch, and he's also probably gaining a lot of new people in the Discord off the back of it. But I do also wonder just what effect it has long term, because I'm also the same. I find it very difficult to actually catch a K-Jack stream these days. I think if my theory is that if he should probably put his giveaway stream on like a second channel, and then he can just leave it AF. You know, you can have it running 24 hours a day at that point. But I don't know. It's up to him. If you don't try these things, you don't know them. You don't know, do you? It is very difficult to actually figure out when he's streaming, though. Just do a collab video with your thoughts. I mean, it's a possibility that we do just sit down in a call and chat it out. You know, post one part on his channel, one part on another. Not a terrible idea. Okay, we hit 70 and then instantly most things go yellow. Meaning at that point, we're hunting for things that are going to give us guaranteed skill points. Interestingly, decor is still guaranteed at this point. Your Sindori headlamp is still guaranteed skill point at this point. I imagine this is going to have Moxie added to it though. So on the assumption Moxie is added here, it's not something you're going to use for leveling your profession. Decor could be. if you're willing to go farm Thalassian lumber once midnight launches to level... Oh, no, I take all of that back. All of these recipes don't work. They're all broken as well. So you're looking from skills 70 plus, unlocking endgame crafted items. Is there any way currently to level to 100 without endgame recipes? Or more importantly, without spending knowledge points? That one doesn't work. Not really. Not really. Some of these may stay yellow all the way to 70. That's also a possibility. But that does also mean that that starts to get very expensive to level up. We've already gone through like 1,000 copper, 600 tin doing this. When you consider the time it takes to tab 5 accounts, I've gathered another node. Yeah, like you're getting 5 times more even with the IS Boxer back in the day when the ability to multi-box was streamlined, it wasn't 5x. The thing is, for a lot of people, right, it's where multi-box gathering comes into play. It's usually not that person's only gig. Because the common argument against the multi-boxing for a long time was that it's 5 times the loot, but at 5 times the cost, because you've got to pay for 5 accounts instead of just 1. But a lot of players don't consider it 5 times the cost, because they probably have some other side hustle that basically makes those accounts free for them. I, for example, pay for 5 accounts with gold, but the gold is generated by flipping items on every realm in the EU right now. Meaning if I was to go do 5 account multi-box herbing and mining, I would basically consider it 4 times as efficient as somebody else. And even if you are excluding the cost implications at the beginning of an expansion, it's just simply time, right? If you're even gathering on just jewel boxing, right? Get a 2-person mount, 1 person jumps on the back, fly around, pick stuff up. You're still doing 2 hours worth of farming in 1 hour. Like, at the beginning of the expansion, that's really important to a lot of people, especially if you're, like, looking to buy early access, which is for, like, 3 days. You either have the luxury of getting the same amount of farming done in half the amount of time as somebody else, which means the other half of that time you can spend doing something else. Like, it's a big old efficiency thing at the end of the day. Big old efficiency thing. And if you can do 5 accounts in the same time it takes somebody 3, you know, it's a big advantage. Big question for the new materials. We have only 2 ranks, silver and gold. Are silvers rank 1 or 2 or 3 and gold? It's basically like they deleted rank 2. What up, Bubez? You've woken everybody up. He's like, love me, play with me. Even though they're brother and sister, they're a slightly different colour, you can see. But when they sit like that, it's also quite clear that they're brother and sister. But look, Sulo's got the sticky up ears. Alma's ears are bouncy. Yeah, they're very similar but very different at the same time. The yawns are contagious. Yeah, I know. I nearly did it myself. Nearly did it myself. Right. Papal has decided to wake everybody up. I think she needs to go for a pee. It might not be a terrible idea if I plan to stream for much longer for me to do a quick 5-minute break. Take some of these dogs for a quick pee break. Bear with me, boys and girls. I won't be more than hopefully 5, absolute maximum 10 minutes. With 4 dogs, it takes a minute. But yeah, I'll be back within a couple. Oh, okie dokie. Thank you for sticking around, boys and girls. Decided to take Papple back to the house. Mrs. Manthias can watch over Papple. She can have a bit of time off the puppies. We're here for the doggos. Well, the other three are all back here. Two. Oh, my ass again. Ugh! Suck it in, fatty. There we go. He's straight back in his bed. He's chilling. He's already, to be honest with you, he's already far better behaved. I mean, maybe it's famous last words, but he's already far better behaved than this monster. He's wondering why are you playing with that camera, human? Why are you playing with that camera? Is it officially 4 dog? It is, yeah. It is officially 4 dogs. Sulla has joined the pack. Sorry to say we're not here. Yeah, I know everybody's here for the dogs these days. It's fine. Mango and orange water. Interesting. I'm scraping the barrel of drinks because I haven't been to the store in a few days. Beastmaster, I literally am these days. Yeah, it's a bit ridiculous. The entire pack on the go. What professions look sweet so far? All of the professions look and feel at face value basically the same as they did in the War Within. But when you get under the hood a little bit, you can see that they've taken a few things out of most of the professions. In the name of simplicity. Not that I think that it makes them any simplistic, I just think it makes them less. Making them more simplistic, I would have suggested, would have been look at the profession trees, look at how the work order system works, look at how endgame gear crafting works. These are some things that I would have suggested as simplifications, not the just straight up chopping out of bits of them, but at least for the most part, they're mostly the same. Which makes me feel that most of the professions that worked well in the War Within will also continue to work well. The concentration side of stuff looks toned down, slightly nerfed, but the same sort of professions will still do reasonably well. Inscription did quite well for concentration with things like Vantis runes. It's going to be questionable to see whether that ends up being the same again, because Inscription's in a bit of a funny state right now. But Dawn Crafting still looks like it could be very good for concentration. Enchanting has been nerfed, but will still probably be the top dog. So, what's worked previously will probably continue to work for the most part, even if it's at a slightly reduced value. Big brain question, do I need 5 early accesses to multi-box 5 accounts for wood for housing next week? Well, access to housing is warband wide. So if you have access on one of your accounts, there's no reason your other characters under the same warband wouldn't have access to the house and wouldn't have access to a choppy and wouldn't have access. I would imagine you only need the one. What's the best race for enchanting? Blood Elf. They do get a +5 skill boost. Although my assumption is that the +5 skill boost won't make much of a difference. Housing access does not necessarily mean crafting is included. Who knows? I guess we'll find out next week if we need to scrabble and quickly get a few more copies of who knows? Is it per account or BattleNet wide? Well, housing is a full warband thing, so it's BattleNet wide. Hence, even if you have multiple accounts, you'll still only have 2 houses. Bought a game recently called Planet Crafter. It was on sale on Steam. Do not try it out. I got addicted to it so bad. Feels like Factorio and Subnautica had a baby. You have been warned. I've seen Planet Crafter a few times. Shall I show you a game I've been playing over the last few days on Steam, on and off? Military Incremental Complex. I've put 8 hours into this over the last few days. It's something I can play whilst also watching dogs, which is why it was. I don't need headphones on. I don't need to be paying attention. But it's one of those incremental games that you do. You're not doing a huge amount, but this you're basically. You're, in simple terms, you are, well, make weapons, make money. An active incremental game where you amass as much money as you can by starting a military industrial complex company. Produce multiple different weapons, research upgrades, manipulate the stock market, and lobby the government for favors. You are basically playing Team America. You craft a bunch of stuff, you sell it. You take the money that you make from selling it to craft more stuff more effectively. And then once you hit a brick wall, you can prestige with a few bonus points to go back and do it again and make your next run more simplistic. There were many other games in this sort of clicker kind of incremental sort of genre. I play them occasionally. They're usually quite good for like 15, 20 hours, just blast it sort of stuff. Got to admire the morality of that game compared to all the direct mass murders we can admit in tons of other games like WoW. Yeah. I've not got too deep into this yet, but it's quite fun. Anyway. I need a recipe that gives me guaranteed skill points all the way to 100. And there isn't any so far. All these recipes come from spec trees. All these recipes come from Moxie, that's the word. Decor stuff. Oh, both of these claim to come from recycling, which is interesting, but they're also both broken still. So maybe engineering, we chalk it up to just being kind of busted still. Can I just quickly mass craft some of these to see if at 75 or 80 anything changes? I saw the engineer guy play that Windows 95 UI. Yeah, you have the disk defragmentation thing as your research. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, look, you got you got the old school defragger. For those of you who are old, defragging your hard drives to make them work 1% better. This is your research system in the game. Oh, okay. So at 75, things went green. So you're even more up shit creek for something to craft to get to 100. So at the moment, it's unlock an end game crafted recipe, and presumably, okay. At the moment, engineering is kind of forcibly making you go into work orders whether you like it or not, because you're going to want to put points into. You're going to want to put 30 points into this to start getting your sparks of beginnings, which will also which will also then push you into one of these trees. Learn to use optional reagents to upgrade the item level whilst crafting combat equipment and unlock a sub-spec of your choice. Oh, it's a 0. It's another one of those. It's a 0 knowledge point requirement to unlock an endgame recipe. You unlock this, and then you unlock whichever one of these you want. Silken Cuffs, Soft Steppers, whichever direction you want to go. It's a 0 skill point unlock for an endgame recipe. And the argument there, I guess, is then you take that recipe, you put points into Baby Sparks, over here somewhere, and then you craft that endgame recipe a bunch. It's not an ideal way of doing it, because it still means you have to spend 30 points to just to level your profession, which means these are 30 knowledge points that you might want to put somewhere else, but then might be hindered to doing so. Where's the give me 1,000 knowledge points thing? I need one of them, I need one of them, I need one of them. So let's maybe now poke around a little bit and see how it starts to feel at the end. We put a full 30 points in here. Let's see how frequently we can get these Baby Sparks. What about if we take 5... Let me get 500 missives. Let me buy 500 missives. That number's very specific because it'll allow me to do exactly 100 recycles, and then we'll get a percentage of Baby Sparks, won't we? 100. There's 500 of those, which we can now break down. That's going to be, we'll break them all down. That will give us 100 recycles. Now let's see, out of 100, how many Baby Sparks do we get? Should also learn a bunch of recipes doing this as well. Now exactly 100 of these is not exactly super duper mega science, but it's science enough for this early stage of the beta. There we go, we received Spark of Beginning. Another one. How are you doing, Ginny? Welcome in. Good morning to you. Or maybe actually even good afternoon by this point. Only 2 so far in the first, like, oh, 3. 3 out of the first 40 crafts. Considering you need potentially 4 of them to craft a single, like, 2-handed weapon or something, this is already making the cost of doing this quite high. Let's assume even a normal something to recycle We're gonna they are flipping out spreadsheets all over the shop. K-Chak will love this. You'll need a recycling calculator kind of thing to figure out what's the thing you should probably recycle to get the baby sparks for the cheapest possible price. And more importantly, you might find that some stuff has a higher chance of these baby sparks than others. I'm just doing missives because it's easy right now. But there's like 25, 30 different options for things to recycle. I'm not testing all of them. You're right, it is afternoon. Guess I should go back to bed and wait till morning. Do the last 20. Didn't get any. Didn't get a single one out of those. That last stack of items. What do you need the spark for? Well, it's a supposed crafted. Obviously, we know that sparks are drip fed to us and they're time gated, so the creation of endgame gear is limited in that regard. Spark of beginnings are I've just called them baby sparks. Basically, they make a lower item level version than a normal spark would do. Everybody's going to want the proper sparks, but your spark of beginnings will give you a smaller version of that. Like I said, in theory, are farmable via this recycling system. In the alpha, you could just straight up craft these. It was a recipe you learned, and you could just craft them, which made it sound quite interesting as a way to, you know, have a pocket engineer to help you finish leveling the rest of your professions. You'd get some baby sparks, craft a couple of pieces of endgame gear, because your endgame gear is always the stuff that has the knowledge points on it, right? So you can see, well, at 3% drop rate on baby sparks is my early conclusion on a very non-scientific first little bit of science. Let me jot some of these things down as I do them, otherwise I'll forget. Baby spark is now a random chance item from recycling. 3% from my small test. This, for me, weirdly nukes the viability of using it as a way to level your other professions easily. Because it's probably just going to end up being too expensive to do it. I had to, you know, like I said, it'll need a recycling calculator, but 500 of the cheapest thing on this list, right? 500 of the absolute cheapest thing off this list is what it cost me to get 3 of these. Now, to be fair, I did also get, you know, every time you don't get one, you are getting Evercores. These are an item that you could sell on the auction house as well, but so you're not losing everything, but it's still going to mean that you're going to... What do we think is the absolute cheapest thing on this list? It's difficult because I can't remember the actual crafting cost or material requirements of all of these items, but pigments are in there, which is an interesting one. Missives, Dark Moon Sigil, Bloods, they're nearly always going to be more expensive than inks, because you need inks to make them. You need inks to make all of these, so inks are still a cheaper option. Copper, quality 1 copper ingots. This is probably one of the cheapest options. Can anybody remember a copper ingot off the top of their head? Is it 5 pieces of copper and a couple of vendor mats to make a copper ingot? That means 50 pieces of copper. No, 25 pieces of copper and a couple of vendor mats to do a recycle. That's relatively cheap. Is it 6? Okay. Thanks. These are cool down bolts. That's not happening. Bright linen bolts. Not the cloth, though. Could end up being cheap if they are farmable. Scale woven hide takes motes, if I remember correct. No, scale woven hide. Scale woven hide is one of each. It's a hide, it's a scale smushed together. Yeah. Slightly questionable at this point what's the cheapest thing, but my suspicions is that copper ingots could end up being very cheap. Quality 1 copper ingots. Not to mention there'll probably be a lot of them floating about at the beginning of the expansion at least. But they may not be considered vendor trash by crafting. If somebody ends up crafting like 25 million missives just to level up inscription or something, it might change, but let's put a, I mean, there's a at least a 250 gold crafting cost on every time you press the button with recycling, which means your Evercores themselves could be like 50 gold a piece when you average it out. High quality ones will probably be like 200 gold. Your low normal ones could be like 50 gold. Your cost of getting baby sparks then is actually outrageous. If it's 250, if you can get an item for less than 50 gold, you can recycle 5 of them for 250 gold. So 100 crafts is 25k, and we only got 3. We only got 3 sparks out of that. Well, considering you'll also have Evercores, which you can do something with and sell, maybe it's 5k per baby spark, so maybe it's not that bad. It's not that bad, but it still means you might look at paying a minimum of 10k plus whatever the hell the rest of the item costs to get like 2-3 knowledge. But it's kind of almost there still, isn't it? It's kind of almost there still. For those players that really, really, really just want some deterministic way of how to level their profession all the way to 100. Yeah, still probably not going to end up being the cheapest option for most professions though. Looks about as much fun as a rusty nail in the kneecap so far. Love it. Yeah, engineering, the leveling of the profession has work to do. I need to make some more notes. The fact that you have to start by recycling, there's nothing you can actually craft to even recycle yourself at the beginning is weird. Yeah, and also the quality. Recycling does not appear to care about skill. So at the moment, if you salvage something, this doesn't seem to have any real... This acts more like a disenchant than anything else right now. That there is a chance for it to give you normal, there is a chance for it to give you high quality. Very hard to test properly without having a whole bunch of stuff, but like the missives were mostly giving me, look, that breaking down those high quality missives was giving me mostly high quality Evercores. Now, I'm not going to do this because it's a pain in the ass to do this, but if I was to craft like 500 quality 1 song gears and then do a comparison, it feels like the quality of the output is more linked to the quality of the input rather than the skill here, which is counterintuitive. It's either counterintuitive or it's bugged. It might be that it's just ignoring all of this at the moment. But is there a way to push your recycling to the point where you can actually put quality 2 stuff in and guarantee quality 2 stuff out? Improve your ability to recycle crafted reagents, gaining 1 skill per point in the specialization. 10 skill when recycling. Yeah, this is also confusing. It goes from giving you plus skill when recycling to just giving you generic skill. 10 skill when recycling. Generic skill. Generic skill. So it almost feels as if some of these nodes should be plus skill to recycling. Why not both? I mean, both is an option. Implementing both systems in the first place is an option. But it also leads me to feel at the moment that there is not enough. There's no way to. There's no way to get enough skill. I don't think there's a way to. Oh, that's not a flipping thing on the list, is it?
Welcome, friend.
These are on the list.
Hurry back.
What are we missing? 40 from up there. 25 from up there. 65. Oh. Okay. Oh. And these are giving Evercores, even though these are rare. You would have expected ether looms from a rare item. Okay. So... maybe it's not as simple as green in, green out. Blue in, blue out. Or, like I said, could it all be bugged? Oh no, that's fine. Yeah. Next expansion, don't look at professions until 4 weeks before the release. Then again, I told me that last time as well. I think, I don't know. Professions, they feel more polished in some areas than last expansion and far less polished in other areas. But if you remember going back to the beta for the War Within, our major questions were more around, like, how is concentration, how is patron orders gonna, like, integrate to all of this? That was more of our concern. Maybe this is why deep diving on the professions is uncovering a lot more of the actual like core profession issues this time round. Maybe because I wasn't really looking for them that hard at the War Within. We were more focused on other areas of, you know, what is the new stuff to come. This time round, there's not really. It's the exact opposite. Rather than looking what new stuff have they added, it's more of figuring out what stuff have they cut out. And how does everything link together properly? Which at the moment, it doesn't link together very well at all. Give me all the recipes then. Give me, set everything to max. To give us the ability to properly play. Good job on not actually giving me all the recipes though. That's fun. Maybe we can buy these extra ones if needs be. But what we should be able to now look at is if things like this, because you're missing 40 points up here. So yeah, with a full build, you should be putting maximum in and getting maximum out. Now with that 25 extra skill, actually, let me buy a bunch more of these scale woven hides.
Time is money, friend.
Where did they come from? I mean, to be fair, they were already nearly guaranteeing me top quality. Now being so close. It doesn't seem to look as if this bar makes any difference whatsoever to what you put in or what you get out. Profession's in dire need of a new lead. Just a chaotic mess. It looks like they started 2 weeks ago. The funny thing is, though, right, is that the professions are actually clearly one of the first things they look at, because there's a lot of other stuff that's built off it now. And when you look at how they've developed the professions as well, they make the spec trees first. It's very, very clear that they design the spec trees first and they build everything off that. And they also do a lot of this stuff first, because then that, you know, then that's how they, you know, when they're looking at, you know, end game player power and performance and that sort of stuff, they need to take into consideration what crafting is going to do, I suppose, in a way. But even at the alpha, day one of the alpha, the professions felt like in a better state than I would have expected them. But then almost nothing seems to have happened since. There's very, very little changes from what we saw on the alpha to what we see in the beta now. And usually you consider beta to be like the finished product that just needs bug fixing. You don't tend to see too much significant being added unless they're like integrating a whole new, brand new feature. You know, if they're building in patron orders or they're building in concentration, you know, if they're adding something significant to it, you'll see that turn up in the beta a lot of time, and be iterated on maybe. Or work orders, though, let's not forget, was added 2 weeks before the launch of Dragonflight. The first time we got to properly test the work order system at all was 2 weeks before the expansion went live, which was kind of funny. So some things they clearly do very early, but some things they also do definitely leave till last minute. It was done that early purely due to the housing stuff, and probably, well, yeah, that's a good point. That they probably, yeah, a lot of the groundwork at least was probably done so that they have some stuff to do. But I would also point out that if that's, you know, all of the crafted stuff for Midnight that's related to decor still doesn't work. It's still, you know, just doesn't work. But they have time. They have time to figure this stuff out. But it does, in theory, look like you might need to somehow get better at recycling. But actually, believe it or not, to do this, it's like 30 points, right? So to get good at recycling, to be able to put high quality stuff in and get high quality mats out is 30 points, which is like stupid level easy. Which for me, especially in this state, will mean that anything that goes anywhere near these ether looms or these evercores will be very cheap very quickly. Because there'll be something high quality that's also mass producible somewhere that can then be recycled without doubt. Like one of these items will end up being like easy to make. Can we then get to a point where we're good at doing other stuff? Resourcefulness refunds 5% more resources when crafting midnight recipes. 5, 10, 20, 45. Resourcefulness refunds 45% more resources when crafting midnight recipes. So assuming that's not 45% on top of the default 30, let's assume that that's 40% of the original 30. That's about an extra 12% refund. So you're looking at like 42, 43% refund on resourcefulness procs. Near enough impossible to test at this point. You do also get some flat resourcefulness from the node. You do also get 3 points in theory, each point in the node. So that should be, what, 60? 105 resourcefulness from this tree. 105 resourcefulness. Currently we have none. 105 resourcefulness. There we go. Mantheus can do maths. Sure. And that 105 resourcefulness actually translates into a 12% chance to use fewer reagents. What it now should probably also say is you have it should say, and I want them to change the tooltips on this, and I've given them feedback that I want them to change the tooltips on this. It should say you have an 11.7% chance to use 43% less materials. Is what it should say. And if you have no bonus to your resourcefulness yield, it should just say you have an 11% chance to use 30% less materials. It should at least tell people what resourcefulness does. Multi-craft grants up to 25% additional goods. Same scenario again, you can't track this in game, so you just gotta kind of hope and guess. But it's a copy paste, so it should be 105 multi-craft from this tree. Give it a second. 105 multi-craft. So now it says you have a 9.5% chance to craft additional items. How many additional items is an unknown. Now, putting multi-craft tooltips together is a little bit more difficult because the amount that it can proc is within a range. I mean, technically resourcefulness is also within a range, but players have just worked out that it's 30%. It's 30% as an average. So if you like craft something 100 times, for example, your resourcefulness proc will yield an average of 30% refund on the mats. But it would be good if Blizzard would like tell players that. Gain a 25% ingenuity refund increase. Gain a 25% ingenuity refund increase. So yeah, this feels... Was it Alchemy that had a similar scenario? I bet they've copy-pasted the same bugged code. And Ingenuity refunds an additional 5% concentration. 5, 10... So this should be 50 more Ingenuity, and it should be 10% additional refund. Ingenuity 25. Well, it should be 50. It should be 50 for a start. And this is also now giving you 100%. Oh, that's... Oh, yeah, that's all wrong. Yeah, that's all wrong. Only 5 points in there can get you 100% concentration refund on proc. Yeah, they've genuinely copy and pasted the exact same buggy tree from Alchemy. I think it was Alchemy. Or was it tailoring? I can't remember. Whichever tree it was. Whichever profession it was, they've copy and pasted the same bugs. But they'll have to fix that twice. The tool tips for, well, nodes are not doing what? Tooltip says should. Zero. Is it? Has it even been giving me 3.5, 15? Yeah, that node's just very broken. But at least for concentration builds, there's the opportunity of 100% refund. Knows what you're going to use with concentration on engineering. Probably absolutely nothing. Much like the War Within, it feels like it could be pretty dead for concentration. Your Song Gears or Soul Sprockets. I mean, these have possibility, maybe. 15 mats. 15 mats, assuming the basic mats are not too close in price. Cogwheels feel like such a dead on arrival kind of market anyway. This has always been the problem, or this has been the problem with engineering crafted gear, especially like work order related stuff. The nicheness of the market of it makes everything else that goes alongside it just kind of meh, because it just gets massively oversupplied. Jumper, yeah, there's emergency soul link is the new jumper cables, which don't have quality on them by the looks of things. Or they, eh? And, huh? Okay, what's going on here? Oh, they don't even craft. They're all sorts of broken. Castable in combat. Item quality affects the cast time. Oh, so you're going to want high quality versions of those to have a lower cast time. Jumper cable. This always succeeds because it's objective truth. Doesn't craft as broken. Skill bar. Deploy a particularly curious device. Lasts for 10 minutes. Must be deployed prior to combat. Only usable outdoor. What's a curious red button? Oh, fuck. I'm curious now. What happened? Beaming with pride. You pressed the button and it was awesome. You go, you. What will you do next? Press it again? The only thing that could possibly bring you down is dying. Wow, ignore that. Press the button again. What? Okay. There's engineering in a nutshell. Yep, that's engineering in a nutshell. Well, curiosity killed the cat. And the Mantheus. How useful, we got a winner. Yep, that's for people to troll other people in dungeons and whatever. What's this button do? Dead. Should have seen that coming, really, shouldn't I? Right, let's not do that again. Is this considered griefing? Now you want to be like a semi-naked blood elf dancing in the middle. See if you can bait people into pressing buttons. Nobody's going to pay any attention. Nobody's going to pay any attention to all the buttons. Shame. Leaving them lying around on beta, though, is... Oh, they went away! Ah, sad. How did they go away? Oh, they came back again. Be nice if they at least gave you a chance for 50 gold or something. Maybe. Death gambling. Playing Russian roulette. Anyway. With a vendor price of 36 gold, they stand the chance to end up being flipping vendor shuffle bait at that sort of price. Clickable outside of party? Oh, that's a good question. They might not be. Craft yourself 200 of them, park yourself beside the cemetery and have a nice evening. Yeah. Wormholes are a thing and are back again, although they claim to require Kazalgar engineering. Another sign that the copy-paste from the past expansion hasn't really made it. Hasn't really made it across. First time craft bonus on the Moxie seems to be varied is the word I would use. We're catching +10s on a lot of this sort of stuff, but it does seem to be relatively varied. +1 sparkle, lucky keychain. I wonder what this actually does. Although actually we've had 10 for every single one of these first time crafts so far. 10 again. Again. Oh, that wasn't a first time craft. Oh yeah, those were bugged. They didn't work. That gave me 10 Moxie, but didn't craft anything. Sure. 10 first time craft again. Does seem pretty unanimous that they might have upped the first time craft bonus of Moxie to 10. Which is sort of good news in a way. More Moxie at the beginning for players to play with is kind of cool. It'll give players a little bit of quicker access to... You only need to craft 15 things to have enough to buy a recipe of some sort, which is kind of good. On the flip side, the more Moxie you can get, the sooner, the quicker the game is over, though. But there is an astronomical amount of first-time crafts that engineering could potentially have. I say potential because a lot of these recipes will be difficult to spec into at the beginning. But yeah, it seems to be 10 Moxie on your first-time craft all the time. They can be a little bit more liberal with the Moxie, and I think they do need to be, with them nerfing the shuffle and making it profession specific. Obviously we're yet to see just how much goes onto these, the profession tools and stuff. Strong suspicion that they'll put, you know, the likelihood is they will put the likelihood is they'll put just 300 Moxie on them again like they did previously. There's no real reason to change it. They just need to balance the amount of Moxie that they give you. Miles behind you because I paused, but very jelly of the awesome pack that you got there. 4 was a great idea. Thanks. They're all chilling again now. They're all chilling for now. But yeah, engineering also, once again, doesn't feel as if it's had the natural got to take some stuff out to make it easier. It's also simultaneously not had anything really particularly too interesting added to it. I can't hide my disappointment that the Spark of Beginning system, which I thought was going to be a relatively clever way for them to overcome the problem that everybody has, which is getting those last 30 knowledge points. The last 30 skill points in each of their professions. I thought it would be quite a clever way to make players craft these, but clearly somebody somewhere at Blizzard decided that giving people the ability to make baby spark versions of endgame crafted recipes day one of the shit. You know what? It probably might be. It probably might be that they thought that everybody would just end up then crafting themselves a full set of gear for season 1. Even if it's lower item level, even if it's only to help them. Because we don't know what the item level's meant to be on this. 564 to 577 doesn't mean anything right now. My guess is that when they balance this, they probably want it to be like fresh level 90 build. Maybe they just don't want people feeling like they ding 90 and then somebody out there is going to turn around and tell them that they just need to craft a full set of like gear. Your pre-dungeon bis list kind of scenario. Maybe they didn't want that, so they've deliberately made these harder. I don't know. Unique crafting material can help your warband begin their journey within Quel'Thalas. Making it a random proc off recycling, though? I don't know. I can't help but think that that's a fun detected move. That was the only thing that was really interesting me about engineering this time round. That was the counterplay to the fact that they've carved out, like, pilfering, or there's no mount, and there's, like, no pets, and there's no real much of interest. Leaves me to question, what the hell am I going to do with my engineers? I don't particularly like work orders, so I'm certainly not going to push myself to be like tippity top best in slot cloth bracer crafter. Couldn't care less. It's also difficult to understand right now just what impact these are going to have, because they're all broken, right? Half of them say that you need Kazalgar engineering, not Midnight engineering. The other half of them don't have any restriction on them. If they're usable without engineering, that does lead me to think that some people might want them. Bracers is historically something that doesn't clash with tier sets, so there's possibility there, maybe, possibly. Engineers might see some, like, because you got, yeah, basically any item that doesn't clash with the tier set will see some demand. Boots and bracers, if they stay not requiring engineering, maybe if they leave it so it's just the helms that do need engineering to equip, then maybe engineering becomes a bit of a sleeper build, because boots and braces become popular options. And if you're, but then what is going to make these different from getting this from a tailor, or getting, yeah, why would you get these from an engineer instead of a tailor? What's the difference there? Is it just that players will then pick up the one that is the cheapest if the items end up being the same? So then it's a battle between engineers and tailors to have the cheaper materials. I don't know. My main is half unemployed again. I can just pray to Earthen Mother that tailoring won't be complete ass as well. I'm just a little disheartened with the professions generally. I was trying to keep a positive mindset during the alpha because it was alpha, but now we're into beta. It's kind of time for realization to sink in a little bit. But it just feels like they've carved a bunch of stuff out and haven't bothered to add anything. My engineers though, what are my engineers gonna do? I'm gonna have to have one engineer that's fully spec'd into recycling. I say fully spec'd into recycling. It's like 30 points. 30 points in recycling in order to recycle stuff. I'm sure there's money to be made here, much like prospecting or milling or anything like that. Some early processing usually might see some interesting results. If these Evercores and Etherlooms end up having some sort of reasonable sell value, maybe from selling them to other engineers that do not want to put 30 points into recycling. That's one engineer. We can do that for sure. Engineers don't make the gun anymore. That's in the hands of Inscription this time round. It might very well be that my other engineers just end up speccing into some of the profession gear. There's 3 distinct paths that can be taken here. Jewel crafting tools, tailoring tools, engineering tools. Did you say engineers don't make the guns? I did, yeah. Yeah, Inscription makes a bow. There's no crafted gun from what I've seen. So yeah, those 500 million hunters that were keeping engineers alive. now we're going to turn to scribes instead. Drizzling Rose, how are we doing? Welcome in. And good to see ya. Still trying to beat your stupid Mega Bonk score. It's not happening. I did get 69,000 the other day, so I'll leave it there though, for the giggity factor. Yeah, I think I'm probably just going to spec my engineers into these 3 directions. Oh, actually, you've got... Yeah. Engineering accessories, mining accessories, fishing rods, jewel crafting tools, tailoring tools, engineering tools. There's a good chance then that there might be need for one engineer that's fully spec'd into engineering tools in order to make the engineering tools for all the other engineers. Then you might want one that can then go also in this direction, but then sort of splits between jewel crafting and tailoring tools. And then you have another engineer that goes down this way. I'm probably going to be running 5 of every profession going into midnight. So I've got room to have up to 5 characters doing slightly different things if I need to be. But only if it's justified, right? It feels that engineering could end up being one of those professions that's quite expensive to level. Because you're going to want to do one of 2 things. You're either going to want to do absolutely nothing, the absolute bare minimum, but that's going to really fuck you over on early knowledge points. Depends what the knowledge point requirements end up to being this. Or you're going to have to recycle shit all day long to try and farm up new recipes in order to get first time craft bonuses and to give you maybe some other stuff to concentrate on or craft on or something. Crafting profession tools is going to be one of the routes where you are going to want this 100 skill. It's going to become really important to get that 100 skill, because you are going to want to be able to craft those things at quality 5, preferably guaranteed, as soon as possible as well. So going the profession road becomes expensive unless you then focus on crafting a whole bunch of them for a whole bunch of different people. It's not a quick and easy thing to just be self-sufficient with. Just hit 25 mil liquid. Nice, but IRL you have a fever. I don't know why that was funny. Yeah, fevers suck. Fevers is get in bed, chicken soup, job done. It's a good excuse for a day off, at least, a fever. If there is any silver lining. Assuming they won't implement one-time knowledge point resets at the launch, would have specced into tools and then switched to something else. Yeah, I've seen this info floating around a few places as well. I've seen a few people saying that oh, it's okay, you can just reset your knowledge points. And I'm like, that was a one-time job that they added in Season 2. From what I've seen so far, they're not adding the ability to reset your knowledge points for Season 1. Or at least they haven't added the option onto any of the NPCs I've spoke to so far. If anybody else can if anybody else has been exploring the beta and can prove me wrong on that one, I'd be very happy to find out. But it, once again, doesn't look like you're going to be able to reset your knowledge points in Season 1. Which will throw a few people, because they'll go into it expecting to be able to make a mistake, and then they won't. But there's plenty of time for them to add that feature. Plenty of time. I just worry that they won't. What are we looking at knowledge point wise here? 25, 10, 30. 30 points in the end nodes is pretty spicy. That does limit you going deep into like 2 of them very quickly. Are you going to need to go the full route? Let's take a... You know, let's say we're going... Let's say we're building an engineer to be self-sufficient. These numbers are going to look all weird, aren't they? Give me some high quality ether looms.
Hey, how you doing? Yeah, what do you want? Have a good one.
Oh, missing majestic claws. Hang on. They've got to be on here somewhere as well. Don't know if we need the hides or the fins, but if I'm here. $490, $725. That's spicy. You can unlock a spec tree straight away. That also unlocks gain 10 skill when crafting mandatory tools for dual crafting, tendering, and engineering. Is that going to put us on a flat 500 before we even spend a point? Take some high quality mats. Get 500 points off the rip. Learn to craft the Turbo Junkers multi-tool. This is another one of those actual 0 knowledge point requirement unlocks, which I'm not against. It does give people more options when it comes to leveling the profession. Also means you should be looking at quality 3 from the rip. Even if you cheap out, you're still... Oh, okay. Quality 2. Icky. What you need is to get at least to quality 4. Which is... What's the skill? We need 80 skill points. 80 skill points. So that you can get at least quality 4. Which then allows you to concentrate to guarantee it. Where would you start spending your points, though? Because if you can spend points here and not here, it gives you... these points are worth more than these points, because this is only going to benefit you whilst making this tool, right? Improve your ability to craft engineering tools, gaining 1 skill per point in this spec. Gain 5 skill when unlock optional reagent slot. Okay. More things that are... questionably broken. $10 skill when crafting. 25 skill. How many points do you get? Oh, there's only 10 points in this node. The 10 points in there gives you 10 skill for the thing. Another 10 skill, so that's 20. 45 points can come from there. Now, not only does that give you 45 points of the 80 that we said we needed, which would technically be enough already if you had all of this sorted already. Obviously, that's just to get to quality 4, mind, but the point is 10 points plus full build. 10 points and full build, you can start selling. You can start selling really quickly. 10 points, that's it. Admittedly, you'll need concentration to make them at quality 5, like people will want, but 10 points, your profession, tools and accessories, and your level profession, and you're off to the races. Alright, sure. You got a long road to get to rank 5 guaranteed, though, mind. No one who doesn't spend an hour on guides will have no clue what all this crap is about. I'd love to know the numbers of players who just don't touch professions anymore after a week after launch. I don't have exact numbers, but I can tell you it's a very high percentage. A very high percentage. This is why in the world of simplification that we thought we were going into in Midnight, I expected them to simplify the professions a little bit, but in ways that were impactful. Like the interview that Mr. GM did with Ian, where the one he did live, where he got Ian to talk about professions for 2 minutes at least, was where Ian, I can't quote this verbatim, but basically said it makes a lot more sense to be easily able to make a high quality potion, but maybe not so much sense to easily create high quality crafting stuff. So it shows that the end game crafting system, they've basically not really touched it. They still think that there needs to be a bunch of work that goes into doing that. But taking 3 qualities down to 2 has basically meant that without any setup in your profession at all, you can use concentration to craft high quality stuff. So in that regard, it's easier. It's easier. This is why you need to reach out to Blizzard in some form as a content creator of the Goblin voice needs to be heard. The professions are not fun at this point. Yeah, they've toned it back in areas that I didn't think needed toning back, and they've left things that I thought were very friction heavy. They've left them very friction heavy. I've crafted in every MMO I've ever played, letting the Asian money grab shit aside. What we have in WoW is the worst that I've seen. I just think it's these spec trees, man. I genuinely do. I genuinely think that an overhaul of these spec trees would make a world of difference. They wouldn't even have to, and I've spoke about this a little bit in the last few streams. They wouldn't even have to change anything particularly. It's very, very heavily a UI thing. Very much a UI problem that when you have to unlock 4 different tabs and it's not even necessarily very easy to see what or understand what this sort of stuff does until you've unlocked it. And worst case scenario is some players still don't understand it until they put points in it and see what it's done to their profession. Now, I know add-ons have come along like Simcraft that allows you to simulate, but that's 3 steps above what most people are willing to do to begin with. I don't think this side of stuff is particularly difficult. I think most players understand that resourcefulness saves you some mats and, you know, multicraft makes you some more stuff. But I think a huge amount of the issues with the longevity of professions for people stems from these spec trees. Um, 10 points in here is also unlocked as both of the sub trees here, which is good. They would have taught us recipes as well. Sindori clamps. Oh. Oh, Sindori clamps and snippers. So 10 points gets you 3 recipes. And assuming you have leveled this and already got your tools and accessories, you'll have enough skill with those 3 recipes to be able to use concentration to make them at quality 5. You will not have unlocked. You will not have unlocked though the optional reagent slot, which will actually limit you from being able to craft these for people. Because until you unlock that, you ain't crafting it for nobody. So what does that actually take? 5 points? So 15 points unlocks you the optional reagent slot. Or it should. But it doesn't. As we know, a lot of these are broken. The 5 points in theory would unlock that. Then you should be within reach of crafting these at quality 5 for people using your own concentration. It takes too long as well compared to what went before. Don't discount that aspect as a factor of putting people off. Most people just want to get a recipe and then make the item. All the intervening stages are just friction that most won't be bothered to do. That's true. That's true. But I equally at the same time don't think they should touch that, because that is the reason why there is at least some profit to be had by people that do it. That's not complicated. It's busy work. So that means that if you're not willing to do the busy work, you need to then pay the convenience tax from somebody that has done the busy work. That sort of stuff is fine. You know, creating the intermediate products is fine. It's reason to why professions like jewel crafting have always done really well for me, because there's that step straight away with jewel crafting that prevents people from doing it all themselves, is that prospecting exists. Figuring out prospecting and how to do prospecting well is the ticket to being able to craft and sell gems basically all expansion long, because many people fall at the first hurdle. That sort of stuff is fine, but... And to agree with Ian in a way, you now can come along and you can make a potion, or you can make a enchant, with nothing more than the recipe. Don't need to worry about this. Don't need to worry about this. Don't need to worry about any of this. All you need to do is get the recipe. Once you've got the recipe, you hit one button and boom, you're making high quality stuff. But it is still, you have to then learn and understand all of this to craft the profession stuff and to craft the quality 5 stuff. And in a weird kind of way, when you put all of that effort in, your result for doing all of that is tip what you like and play customer service. Like, it's such a weird, it's a weird contrast for me that the side of the professions that actually makes you do the most work is seen as doing the least work in the eyes of everybody else. Because you have to do all of the work, you have to level your profession, you got to get your profession tools in order, you have to farm up all of your knowledge points, you have to spend all of your knowledge points correctly. You have to do all of that ahead of time so that somebody can come along, provide you a bunch of materials, and then think all you do is press 3 buttons. It's just messy, isn't it? It's just messy now. It's why when Blizzard takes feedback about this sort of stuff, they have to be really careful to sort of filter out what feedback is feedback from players that just want shit easy and want shit for free, and what feedback is from those that actually enjoy playing the system and are genuinely saying, please do this because it would make it more fun. EverQuest 2 and Final Fantasy 14 had so much depth and content with their crafting systems. It's a pity. It wouldn't even be that much more effort, but the dev team that's working on this since Dragonflight is caught in their clunky abnormality over there. Once people get something into their heads that it's too much work, they'll usually continue to believe that, even if things change for the better. Yeah, first impressions make a huge... First impressions are absolutely massive. And this is why I made such a stink about work orders before Dragonflight went live. I even went as far as making a really sort of tongue-in-cheek video about how convoluted the process of placing an order for something was. And a lot of people were like, you're just taking the piss here now. It's not that complicated. And surprise, surprise, when Dragonflight launched, fucking nobody knew how to use it. And still to this day, people don't know how to use the work order system. You still get people turning up with like quality 1 mats expecting quality 5 crafts. They're like, oh, well, aren't you a good crafter? Like, it's... And then they feel as if they're doing all of the work and that they can justify tipping 10 gold for somebody that has probably spent, you know, multiple hours of their day, of their week, of their season so far, setting up a profession, probably tens, if not hundreds of thousands of gold setting these up initially, in order to be at the position where you can just press 3 buttons. It's just a real contrast. It's a real contrast in how players who enjoy playing with it are seen from those who don't enjoy playing with it. And the reason I think it's more important for Blizzard to get the professions right is because everybody has to engage with the professions. Fortunately for goblins out there, fortunately for people who do enjoy playing with the professions and crafting things and selling them to others, fortunately Blizzard has integrated it enough into the end game that there is a lot of need for it. Everybody wants their top tier potions, their flasks, their gems, their enchants, their quality 5 pieces of crafted mythic gear. Everybody's more than happy to have that. But what it does mean is that everybody, at least in somewhat shape or form, has to integrate with the crafting system. even if you're not crafting it yourself, you have to have an idea of how the crafting order system works. You have to understand the materials. You have to start understanding the quality differences of materials. There's a lot you have to know about the profession system, even if you never plan on touching the profession system. And all of that stuff is reasons for people to not like it. Which is why I always advocate for let crafters do the crafting stuff, and let people who don't want to do any of the crafting stuff turn up with a briefcase of gold and just buy the shit that they want, right? Off the people that have done the work ahead of time. For example, crafting orders. I would still love to see a world where you cannot provide materials. I don't want people to be able to turn up and provide their own materials. I want people to turn up, say they want something, tell me how they want it, and then we can talk about how much it's going to cost to make that thing. Let the crafters do the crafting. Let the crafters deal with the materials. Let the crafters buy and source those materials. Let the crafters deal with all of that. From day one, I've wanted the work orders to be as simple as somebody turns up, they fill in a little sheet that says what they want, and then they put an amount of gold in the box, which is the commission they're willing to pay for it. If that number's enough, their order gets filled. If that number's not enough, their order may not get filled. Take every single reason for people to not like the profession system away from those players who have no intention of playing with it anyway. Most people I know looked at the professions after the Dragonflight release, were shocked, said it was too complex for them, and have not touched professions since. Yeah, and we're about to go into a third expansion, and that's still going to be the same. Because the simplifications they've made haven't addressed any of the issues that those players had with why they considered it too complex. Players who looked at Dragonflight professions and thought it was too complicated are not going to notice that they've cut thaumaturgy out. You know, it's they've simplified in areas they shouldn't have done, and I hate feeling as if I'm just ranty about it. But from somebody that has genuinely enjoyed playing with these systems, to see them being adjusted in ways that are useful to nobody, who is benefiting from them taking unraveling out? Who is benefiting from them removing ever-burning ignition? Who's benefiting from them taking out thaumaturgy? Nobody's benefiting from them slicing those features out of the professions. Nobody at all. So it's confusing to me. They could have addressed a lot of issues by simplifying these trees to a point where people might actually be able to understand them. They could do an awful lot with the UI to make the tooltips actually tell players what it is that they need to know. They could do a huge amount of stuff to simplify the process of creating a piece of gear, or should I say, requesting somebody else create a piece of gear for them. They could do so many things. But no, they just cut thaumaturgy and call it a day. I don't know. I'm ranting, aren't I? Clearly. Probably means I'm hungry. EverQuest 2 and Final Fantasy, the system was accessible, but you had to put time and effort into it. WoW Classic was an EverQuest 2 for dummies at release. Sadly, it never improved that much. I've never played EverQuest, and I've barely played Final Fantasy, so my problem is I don't know there's grass on the other side of the, I don't know that there's grass on the other side of the fence, never mind whether it could be greener or not. I just know WoW in unhealthy amount of detail. Rantheus Online. For some sort of conclusion to looking at engineering then, it's clearly undercooked still. There's lots of stuff in it that doesn't particularly work. But the basic impression of it is that the recycling system is going to be very, very dependent on getting the right look how many options there are for things to recycle. you're going to need some sort of spreadsheet or some sort of calculator or some sort of add-on. I would love to say some sort of weak aura, something that tells you what's the most optimal thing to recycle, depending on whether you're after the Etherlooms or the Evercores. Certainly if for no other reason than to just compare, like, should I just, recycle stuff to get these, or should I just go buy these off the auction house? Either or. Somebody will make an add-on, a week or a spreadsheet or something to do that. Recycling is going to be absolutely crucial to your success with engineering in the first season, because you're either going to need to do an awful lot of it to level your profession and get all of the recipes, or you're going to do your absolute best to ignore it as much as you can, because it does require you to put 30 points into it. You actually, in a sense of irony, you have to spend more knowledge points on getting good at recycling than you do on profession tools. You can spend 15 points on profession tools, and as long as you've got your bar up here filled and some profession tools, you can start producing things at quality 5, which is kind of mental. You have to spend twice as many points just to be able to do some recycling. Now, if everybody feels that they need to do the recycling and you need to put the 30 points in there, maybe you do kind of need there to be less points in something else so that you can actually get going. But do you have any idea where rank 1 mats should be available in the beta? They're not. The feedback's been given to Blizzard that it'd be really helpful if they put rank 1 mats. We'll see if they do. The issue we have is that there is already so many vendors here and so many flipping pages of everything. Without them also putting a search bar, I'm not sure they will bother putting rank 1 mats on these vendors, to be honest. It would be very nice if they did, though.
Be careful.
Yeah, they've shaved out some of the flavorful stuff from the War Within. Obviously, no mount to craft, no pilfering kind of system to figure out. The invent buff isn't a thing, which is another sort of simplification that I don't really think really benefits anybody. I don't think it was rocket science to figure out that you need to press an invent buff before you craft something. Sure, there was a touch of frustration when you then go and craft a bunch of stuff and realise you didn't have your invent buff. But that's your reason to remember to do it again next time. It's going to be fun to see what they do with the boots and the braces. Because they are slots that do sit not clashing with set pieces, means they might see some demand. But other than that, it's an awful lot. There's an awful lot and there's not a lot at the same time. There's an awful lot and it's just not a lot. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see. Right, boys and girls, I am going to go get me some food. Ranthius is kicking in far too much today. Far too much today. We will we'll probably round off our deep dives of the professions tomorrow. We've only really got blacksmithing still to look at, and maybe cooking. Cooking and fishing we might actually test more thoroughly on the leveling realms, maybe. We will have to see. And order the Christmas calendar. Oh, yes, that's well reminded. Yes, well reminded. We'll order that, and we'll have to rig up. I'll rig up. I don't have any more bonus cameras. I'll have to rig up Puppy Cam to Wombo Combo as a top-down view for Jigsaw, for Advent Jigsaw. Maybe somehow figure that one out. But yeah, thanks for stopping by today, boys and girls. I hope my ranting doesn't stress too many people out. Is it ranting? Is it venting? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. But it's fun all the same. Join me back again either tomorrow or Friday, where we'll round this off. Honest truth here is that I'm not really playing WoW all that much outside of stream at the moment, which is why my progress with this is quite slow. Simply because we've got housing turning up next week, and that's gonna be a big gangbuster event. And with the fourth dog, two puppies running around at the moment, they're getting an awful lot of my focus and attention. So it's not the worst time to be taking it easy, is what I'm getting at here. So we'll be more deep into stuff and more focused in stuff probably next week when housing goes live. So ranting is nothing compared to the one in my head. Have a nice day. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, boys and girls, enjoy the rest of your day. I will see you. Come say hi on Discord. I've simplified Discord, by the way. Oh my god, squirrels. I've removed and merged and done some simplifications over in the Discord to make it much easier to find which channels to chat in about different things. So let me know if there's any further improvements you see on that. But yeah, have a good day, boys and girls. Peace.